October 16th, 2002, huh? We just passed through the town of Kerhonkson. Okay, it's a little bitty town just south of Accord. That's where we were just at our campground. And it is one raining day today. We're on 209 headed south to the border, Pennsylvania. And the rain is coming from that direction, and hopefully by the time we get to our campground in Hershey, this rain is gone. Anyway, yesterday was our trip to New York. I did almost, I think, 1/4 or 1/2 a tape of New York, and that's another story. But I just thought I'd give you a look at what we're doing today. We're headed south. And we had one wonderful time in the state of New York. Lots to see. Anyhow, catch you later. Here's some of the pretty fall leaves. We're still on 209. We just passed a great big cornfield with a few thousand Canadian geese in there, eating lunch or whatever, getting ready to head north, south, or wherever. And it's probably the same group that I videoed the other day that were flying over the park. There must be a lot of food there, so they're stocking up. Well, we're just about to cross over into Pennsylvania, and we're in the town of Jarvis, J-E-R-V-I-S.
Fort Jarvis.
Fort Jarvis, and this town was settled in 1673, I think. Not positive, it was 1670 something. But been here a while. Still raining. Some of the big old houses here, looking at them. Well, we just arrived down here by Hershey, Pennsylvania, and listen to the arrival here. And today is our 18th anniversary. It rained all the way down here. Now the rain stopped. Look at them. I mean, there's a whole bunch over there. See, there's water over there. They're landing for the night. There's a bunch right there. Aren't they something? Announcing our arrival here. You can see they're going down. See? Oh, there comes another bunch. Good grief. This is a popular spot. We must be at the good place. Look at that. Of course, I don't think I have a phone signal. I'll have to walk and find that someplace. See, right over there, that's where they're circling the water. That's something else. My goodness.
Those are birds.
This one's coming down, coming down, coming down. Oh, there's a few more up there.
There's 5 more.
They can't all land at the same time. There'd be a big splash.
Here comes some more.
God. That's unreal. I can't imagine how big the water is. We just got here, so we don't know how big. Water. Whoops, don't look up. They're over top of me.
There's some more. To the left. They came in the other way.
They're organized. They're organized. Bet you never guess where we're at. We're just getting ready to go inside and take the tour here at the Hershey Chocolate World. On September 13th, 1857, on a farm near Deary, Church, Pennsylvania. Milton History was the only surviving child of Fanny and Henry Hershey. His mother raised him in a strict disciplined Mennonite faith. On May 25th, 1898, he married Catherine Kitty Sweeney in the rectory of St. Patrick's Cathedral, New York City. Met in Jamestown, New York. Hershey Kisses Chocolates, 1907. Milk chocolate bar with almonds, 1908. Mr. Good Bar, 1925. Hershey Syrup, 1926. Crackle Chocolate Bar, 1938. Hershey's Miniature Chocolate Bars, 1939. He built a model town around the chocolate factory to benefit his workers. A wholesome environment, comfortable homes, inexpensive public transportation, public schools, recreational and cultural facilities. Developing the town of Hershey was an enduring passion for him. They were just talking about this on the Business Channel this morning because the Ivory Coast is one of the places that grows them.
Yeah.
Look at all of them. Man, they are bags full. Fermenting them, huh?
Yeah.
These.
Here's how they draw the
Ready for shipping. That's what we're going to get on, and we're going to take a tour now.
Making Hershey's chocolate. The Great American Chocolate Bar and the location of the world's largest chocolate factory. The plant was located here because of an ample supply of clean spring water, many hard-working people, and beautiful pastures full of cows, who could supply one of the three most important ingredients required to make high-quality milk chocolate. Huge quantities of milk, sugar, and cocoa beans arrive here each day to be processed and blended together to produce the famous family of Hershey products. Now let's go inside the plant and meet some of the Hershey people and take a look at the process of manufacturing chocolate products. For your safety, please stay seated and keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times.
Here at the yard, cocoa beans arrive from tropical areas all over the world and are unloaded by hand, then transported to storage silos until needed. The cocoa beans next travel on a conveyor to the screening and cleaning machines like the one on the right. Any dried pods, stones, or other foreign matter are carefully removed, and the beans are thoroughly cleaned to ensure that they meet Hershey's high-quality standards.
After the beans are cleaned, they are sorted by country of origin. Cocoa beans have different flavors depending on which part of the world they are from. And blending machines, such as the one on the left, combine the various types of beans in just the right proportions to maintain that flavor Hershey taste. The beans are then roasted in large revolving roasters. Currents of heated air pass over the beans, developing their full flavor.
500 degrees in here. The sign says.
Yeah. Whoa, I guess so. Got a little warm, but not 500.
After the beans are roasted, they arrive here at the breaking shop, where they are shattered into fragments. This process, called winnowing, separates the shell from the center of the cocoa bean, called a nib, which is the part of the bean actually used in the chocolate. The nibs are now ready to begin the milling process. The nibs now pass through milling machines, as seen on the left. The milling generates heat, which transforms the nib into a liquid called chocolate liquid. This liquid has no alcohol content, of course, and is the liquid from which all chocolate is made. Next, this large press is used to extract cocoa butter from the chocolate liquid. This cocoa butter is added back later on in precise amounts to make different types of chocolate. The remaining large cakes of solid cocoa are ground into powder for use in making other Hershey products.
You folks have probably noticed a few farms like this around here. They're dairy farms, and they supply a very important ingredient needed to produce the famous Hershey flavor and smoothness. Fresh, wholesome milk. Hundreds of farms around this region and thousands of cows supply up to 2 million pounds of milk each day. This is how Hershey chocolate gets its special flavor and the extra added nutritional value.
Making high-quality milk chocolate requires precise mixing of milk and sugar. These are carefully combined in large tanks like these on your right, and then piped ahead to be blended with the other main ingredients.
Pasteurizers.
This is the central blending operation,
Dryer.
the heart of Hershey's chocolate making process. Here, milk, sugar, and chocolate liquor are brought together and mixed in just the right proportions to create the special Hershey taste. The blending of these ingredients is carefully monitored, and the result of the process is a mixture known as chocolate crumb. The chocolate crumb is conveyed next to a dryer, such as seen on your left. The drying process removes excess moisture, which
I
improves the
start to smell
consistency of the
chocolate
chocolate
now.
crumb. The mixer on your right is used to add cocoa butter into the mixture, which transforms it into a smooth chocolate paste, ready for final refinement.
On your left is a series of roll refining machines. The refining process rolls and grinds the chocolate until it reaches a uniform, smooth texture and consistency. Next, as seen on your left, the chocolate is further refined by a unique process called conching. Those heavy granite rollers refine the chocolate for several hours until it reaches a silky texture. The material that leaves the conching process is called chocolate paste, and these machines supply production lines with over 1 million pounds of chocolate paste every day.
As you can see, almonds are harvested in a very unique way. Hershey is the largest user of almonds in the world, and the almonds used in Hershey products are all grown in California. Once shipped to the Hershey factory, they are roasted to peak flavor in a special roaster like the one seen here on your right.
The molding line on your right is producing Hershey's milk chocolate with almonds. First, the almonds are placed in the molds, then chocolate paste is deposited. To remove air bubbles and evenly distribute the chocolate, the molds take a bumpy, vibrating ride on the way to the cooling time. And as soon as the bars are cooled, they move forward.
Hershey's Kisses. Hershey Kisses are made by dropping a precise amount of chocolate on a moving steel cup and quickly heating it to form the famous Hershey Kiss shape that has delighted our customers since 1907. That's a lot of kisses. Actually, we make over 7 million kiss-shaped products every day.
The inspector there.
Here you see the completely automated wrapping machines. Each product is individually wrapped. And by the way, that includes each individual Hershey Kiss. The Hershey Kiss Although the name Hershey is synonymous with the word chocolate, today Hershey produces many other famous brands of products as well. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, York Peppermint Patties, Browns and Orgeat, Twizzlers, Faded, Whoppers, and Milk Duds are among the famous brands that have become part of the growing family of chocolate and candy products produced and distributed by Hershey.
Hershey's chocolate, Hershey's chocolate, Hershey's chocolate world. Hershey's chocolate, Hershey's the great American chocolate bar.
Before you go, please give us your best Hershey smile. We'd like to have your photo of the chocolate world family album. If you'd
Oh,
like
we get to
copy,
take a picture. Wave to yourself.
Purchase
Hi. Wait. I got it on the camera too.
Cocoa beans. That is a 10 to 12 month supply. Would also produce about 5.5 million Hershey bars. It's truly how they're made of light chocolate.
Lights are in the shape of Hershey.
Now this beautiful building here, it's a wonderful testament to limestone, but it's also the largest chocolate factory in the world. This is Hershey Chocolate USA. It employs about 3,000 people, operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 33 million kisses every day, 1,500 Hershey bars per minute. For Joseph Royer, he's a candy maker from Lancaster, and he worked for Mr. Royer for 4 years. Then he went out on his own. His Aunt Maddie has taken out a mortgage on her home so that he can start the Lancaster Caramel Company, but he is failing again. Except that it's written in pounds, it will become larger converted to the dollar. It will take Mr. Hershey completely out of debt. And as the orders continue to come in, he does begin to prosper. So it is time for your first treat, your Hershey's Classic Caramels. He finds that the English are coating his caramels with something very, very special. What do you suppose that might have been? Chocolate. Sir, is that your final answer? You do have your lifelines left. We could poll the audience because, you know, it could have been like... No, her name was Catherine Elizabeth Sweet. He calls her Kitty. He will marry Kitty May 25th, 1898 in New York City. And then in 1900, he will sell the Lancaster Caramel Company for $1 million. Became very successful making caramels. 1903, returning to Dairy Church. Named after the church on your left. The Dairy, $53,433. And nobody else has ever lived there. Kitty died relatively young, which we'll explain later. Mr. Hershey turned this over to the country club. It was the clubhouse for many years. It is the corporate headquarters of the Hershey Trust Company today. It is closed to the public. We have been given permission to bring our guests up onto the grounds. Now towards the front of the trolley there on the left, a small one with Hershey on the map, and it does. Hershey is the name of the United States Post Office. It's the only reason we're known as Hershey today. As a matter of fact, it's on the ballot for November to officially change our name to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
But it's really a
So when you go home and your friends and family ask you where you were on Friday, you can simply tell them you're not sure.
Dairy.
But you're really in Dairy Township.
He never did the
Now for some of you, that might not be a stretch to not know where you are, but that's okay. Now, you notice he put his home in the middle. They're rented out as apartments. The because of their size. And we do have a lot of interesting architecture here. Family debt would force his parents to sell it. They would relocate to Lancaster. Milton bought this back in 1897. His father Henry lived here until he died in 1904. Milton Catherine Hershey. Snavely was his mother's maiden name. On the other side of the trolley, we have another lime story perfected his world-famous milk chocolate recipe, along with his recipes for banana chocolate, turnip sorbet, rhubarb gum, and onion ice cream. Tried some pretty unusual things. One of his dairy farmers gave him a candy idea, but Mr. Hershey will turn it down twice, citing the fact that he was just simply too busy, but he liked the persistence of his dairy farmer, so he did help him start his business. He sold him chocolate at a discount. His dairy farmer's name was H.B. Reese. So he called it his penny cup, today known as Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, and today we do own Reese. We bought it from the family back in 1863. And if you count the regular peanut butter cups and the miniatures, anybody know how many we make every day? 20 million every day. So you guys can simply eat all you want, we'll make more. That's kind of how we do it. Now, for the next several minutes, everything as far as your newer student homes. And as we cross the street and clear these trees on the left, the first red brick building was a student home. It's our admissions offices today. Behind the admissions offices is another large red brick building that was the Hershey Hospital. That's where Mr. Hershey passed away in 1945, and today that is our infirmary of the school. The beautiful dome building is Founders Hall. That is our historic tuna, salmon, and flounder. Now, a lot of people do ask, why would you put fish in front of Founders Hall? Obviously, somebody thought we were building Flounders Hall.
Granite.
Only explanation I have for the fish. Now, as we turn here, if you look across towards the back of the trolley, you get a beautiful view of Memorial Hall sitting up there on top of the hill. It will seniors plant an oak tree in the grove in memory of the alumni that have passed away that year. But you'll also notice the beautiful red brick walkway. It's in the form of a circle, because a circle is a never-ending line, and it's meant to symbolize the never-ending love that the Hershey's had for all of their students. And the beautiful gazebo's a gift from one of those students. Still, everything you're going to see for several more minutes will be part of the Milton Hershey School. Once a student comes into this school, everything they need is supplied by the Hershey Trust Company. All of their tuition, all of their room and board, all of their medical and dental expenses. That does include their eyeglasses, it includes braces. Every student receives a weekly allowance and has their own savings account. Upon graduation, receiving a set of luggage, a brand new wardrobe, and a $100 bill. Traditions that date back to Mr. Hershey. Now, of course, today a $100 bill, not very exciting, simply doesn't go very far. So if they're going on to college, we will send them with a laptop computer and a very impressive scholarship. Any student maintaining a 2.5 grade point average or better throughout high school, exhibiting good behavior, can attend the college of their choice. They have to be accepted. They must maintain their grades and pay the first $2,000 in tuition every year. The school will take care of everything else, regardless of where they go to school, and for up to 5 years. Now, before we talk about Les Mis, the Canadian Brass, 42nd Street, Valerie Harper will be here in The Alchemist's Wife and several other productions throughout the year. This is our cultural center even today. This building was to be built in 1915, but with the death of his wife, construction doesn't begin. Does not begin until 1929, the very beginning of the Great Depression. This was the cornerstone of his building program. It was designed to do one thing: keep his town and his people from suffering the unemployment of the Depression. And we are going to talk a lot about the Depression, but that will come a little bit later. And the indoor swimming pool that is used by employees of Hershey Foods. It opened in 1932 with the theater and the indoor pool, but also the health club, the men's club, the women's club, the bowling alleys, the pool hall, and originally the Hershey Hospital. Truly was the community center. Our sugar comes from the southern part of the United States, Central and South America. We do use both beet and cane sugar. And our cocoa beans come from South America, the western part of Africa, and Ghana is our largest importer of cocoa beans today. With water cannons, you get to activate geysers. You're going to get soaked. But in the interest of fair play, each rider has 4 gallons of water to dump on the people below. Now this is Lightning Racer. This is North America's first dual-track, all-wooden racing and dueling roller coaster. There are 2 cars, Thunder and Lightning. They go up that first hill together. They'll reach speeds of about 50 miles an hour, entering into Sideswipe Alley, traveling at about 50 miles an hour, 39 inches apart. Now, if you look to the top of the hill over top of the White Barn, that is the hotel. To the left of the hotel with the American flag, Senior Hall, which will be our next stop. Hoping to create jobs, so that's not a big surprise. Up here on what we call Pat's Hill, they're clearing the site for the new hotel. They are ahead of schedule, and the foreman explains to Mr. Hershey they got ahead of schedule by using a steam shovel that did the work of about 40 men. Mr. Hershey then said, good, you get rid of the steam shovel today. I'll replace it with 40 men in the morning. That's exactly what happened. He employed well over 1,000 people throughout the 10 years of the Depression. Then in 1939, sensing political unrest in Cuba, beginning the process of selling his sugar plantations. They're not sold until 1 year after his death in 1946. They're sold for a profit of about $17 million, 13 years before Fidel Castro would come into power in Cuba. Now back home, his building campaign complete. Mr. Hershey, 83 years old, and our country is now involved in World War II. At the request of the United States government, he will turn over virtually the entire factory for the production of the Field Ration D-Bar, designed to feed our soldiers during extreme wartime conditions. We produced over 1.5 billion ration bars, and the guys and gals pretty much have told us that they were okay. They were better than going hungry. But see, they were bittersweet, they were designed not to melt, and that made them extremely hard. I had a guy tell me one day to break his ration bar, he would shoot it. Now up on top of the hill to the right is the hotel. Built in 1933, it is modeled after the Heliopolis Hotel in Cairo, Egypt. Mr. Hershey loved the fountain lobby. So much so, he mentions it in his last will and testament. As long as the hotel sits on that site, they cannot physically change the fountain lobby. The only exceptions being drapery, carpeting, and everything must be done in a like fashion and a like material. So that's all. If you ever get a chance to just go up there, take 15, 20 minutes, see the fountain lobby, see the circular dining room, walk out onto the veranda, look out over the entire town. Certainly worth your time. And this is, in the early days, there weren't passenger cars. Mr. Hershey would see the workers riding on the trolley, they'd sit on top of the milk cans. That's when he added passenger lines, and the fare was 5 cents. That's why we use wooden nickels as your boarding tokens today. And our trolleys been running in 1946, shortly after World War II. Now, as we pull into Memorial Hall, keep in mind that it was built in 1934 as Senior Hall. It was a trade school. The wings in the back housing vocational shops. The wing in the front was the academic wing. But also remember that Fannie Hershey Memorial Hall is currently closed. This is our elementary school today. It will be until February when Memorial Hall reopens. But that's also why we've temporarily named this Memorial Hall. It is now time for your hug. Speaking of hugs, if you look all the way out in the distance there, with some of our international candies and a lot of milk chocolate paste that is actually shipped down to the original plant by tanker cars. In front of that is the Giant Center, our new arena. It just opened on Tuesday night with a sold-out concert by Cher, and the Hershey Bears will play their very first game at the Giant Center on Saturday. That's where you would find the really big 3D show and, of course, the free chocolate making tour. Then you see with the red and white bell towers the museum that is attached to the Hershey Park Arena, the oldest continually operating arena in the world today. Home of the Hershey Bears, also the home to one of sports' great records. That is where Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points back in March of 1961. It is the NBA single-game scoring record. In front of that is the stadium. It was built for the Philadelphia Eagles as a training facility. Today, local high school football and soccer, including the state championships in both of those sports, and many concerts. Over the last 2 years, Brooks and Dunn, Reba McEntire, B.B. King, the list is all, Kiss was here, The Who, Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, Britney Spears. You know, the list just is almost endless. As a matter of fact, when Kiss, and then right after they finished a couple concerts after that, they all filed for Social Security. Now you see the 330-foot kissing tower. all of Hershey Park with the red tile roof. That's the community center. Out past the community center is the Dome of Founders Hall, and of course the 24 silos that mark the location of the world's largest chocolate factory. Now we do call ourselves the sweetest place on earth, and there are a couple reasons why. First and foremost, your nose will give you a good reason why. But also in a town of about 21,000 people, we have 3 major chocolate factories. We have more chocolate factories per capita than any place in the world today. Kiss. And as he trademarks the name Kiss in 1907, he will trademark another name. The Hug. The Hug's name was trademarked back in 1907. When was the first Hug produced? 85 is pretty close. That's a pretty good guess. It was actually 84 years after 1991 when we came up with the light and dark, the light chocolate Hug by the dark chocolate. So as Paul Harvey would say, now you know the rest of the story. And in case we have not given you quite enough chocolate, we do want to give you a Hershey bar as you leave the trolley today, and hope you have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Well, here we are in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and this is the state capitol. We're going to go take a look at it, and we're going to go take a look at the State Museum, which is about a block away from there. Beautiful town. Look at this. Wow. That is beautiful, beautiful church. Let's go take a peek inside there. That's all about. Okay, we're just getting ready to head out of Harrisburg, and this is the river, and it's some Indian name I can't pronounce. Susquehannas. Very pretty. Very pretty. And here's a walk bridge to walk across. And there's the car bridge. Some hefty looking buildings that have been standing here for a long time. Okay, this is, of course, about 9 o'clock in the morning here. And look at this. This is what's come in for a landing here. I thought there was some more coming in for a landing. I was down at the other end, re-checking in for another week here. Beautiful morning. Not quite sure if they're talking to the rest of them that are coming in or not. Lots of leaves are starting to fall now. Beautiful. They come and go, make a lot of racket. We can't even hear them in the RV. Got the TV going or the heater going, so don't hear them.
You're a blue sticker. You wear these, please, on outer.
Here we are, ready for the
Garment
trip
is your
to
invitation
Philadelphia from the Amish Experience Theater. And it's a beautiful morning, a little cold, but nice.
Come right back now. One for 2 people or one for each person. Regardless, they'll help you a little bit, but
that's correct.
There's big Philadelphia. Just coming in.
we have quite an imprint in our country for only being here 4 years.
First National Bank. Here we are down in Philadelphia. This is a pit stop before we go to the big Liberty Bell and all that other stuff that we're going to go see here.
Judge, part-time organist here at Christ Church, and the design of the first American flag. He gave that design to us across. So, now, we have in Christ Church the oldest piece of furniture you find in use in any church of any denomination in the United States today. That is the time baptismal clock. From that time, the furniture is. That is over 305 years. We still use it in Christ Church. Now, we have certain pews that were designated for people to sit in the city. Pew number 52, this was rendered by Robert Morris, the wealthiest man living in the colonies at the time of the Revolution. His rent he paid today, which he paid then, take into account the inflation we have now, it would be about $20,000 a year he gave to the church. Do we have Betsy Ross? She famous? No, she was not. She was a simple seamstress. She sewed the ladies and the girls' dresses. And you know, she was a widow 3 times. First husband died in the barge he was guarding going down the Delaware River. You up on the airport. Second husband died fighting in the Revolution. Third husband died later. While Betsy came to church, she sat with the worst pew in Christ Church. She sat behind the pillar. That pillar right there. You see, Preston King William III. William was the good king of England, friend of the colonies. That was the royal governor's pew. After the Revolution, the royal governor, John Bennett, moved back to pew number 60. Remained in Philadelphia, was arrested until he died, and buried him here. Then became the President's pew. From 1799 to 97, President Mrs. George Washington, remembers the Christ Church, sat in that pew on Sunday morning. From 1798 to 1800, President John Adams was not a member of Christ Church, but he would come quite often as he enjoyed the sermons then preached by the Rector Bishop White, and also the good music he heard here in Christ Church. He sat in that pew. I remember the
Very narrow in the front, and that was built that way because of the taxes. You were taxed according to the amount of windows, I believe, facing the front of it. This is the meeting house in the 1700s where everybody met and talked and decided how all of this stuff was going to begin and the rules and regulations of the new world. Okay, we're looking at Benjamin Franklin's burial spot here. Okay, with the pennies all over it, huh? Okay, and here's the cemetery. Hopefully the other part turned out. I stuck the camera through the fence. See what we were looking at. Can't walk around because they're doing some renovations. And what we were just looking at was the Christ Church burial grounds, next to the church that we were just in. Take a look at this wall. Guess they don't want anybody getting in there that don't belong there. That's the cemetery. Religious liberty dedicated to the people of the United States by the order of Benal Debrith and the Israelites of America. Okay, there's Mr. Happ standing in line waiting for his Old Grand Philly cheesesteak. That's what he's getting to eat. And then they gave us a free big old pretzel with some hot mustard all over it, so I had half of that, because I already had half a bologna sandwich. And I'm going to go get me an ice cream or a yogurt. And we're inside this big old building here in Philadelphia called the Bose. Like a food court. Big old building, there's a gift shop, souvenir shop. Lots of children here on field trips. This is the old building here, the Bros History. Georgie Bartol founded the Philadelphia Bros Corporation in 1891 and built the building bearing the name between 1893 and 95. Local sugar merchants. The city block-long building was one of the first frame buildings constructed. 3 types of masonry. Overlooking the trading floor was a balcony for spectators. Rising above 3 levels were 6 floors of offices. Hollow floor looking down on the skylight and trading floor below. The trading floor bustled with business activities vital to the economic success of the Philadelphia region. 1979, they renovated it. Marble staircases. Now it's the building that we're in with the restaurant and everything else. Okay, we're across the street here. Well, that was a bus. This is Independence Hall. We're going to go over there. After we get done, everybody's meeting at 1 o'clock to go see it. Good day.
Good day.
This is their new visitor center here in Philadelphia. You could spend a whole day in here alone. Still in the visitor center here. Hard at work.
Party, they had a roast pig and bread and cheese, and you could never have too much ale at a party. They had ale to drink. And anyway, after party, test ringing the bell. And they did so in the courtyard, right in the back of the Pennsylvania State House. They went ahead and they hung the bell up from a big old oak tree. And then, on the first test ringing, it cracked. Believe it, it cracked. State House officials, they got a little hot and bothered. They wanted to get the bell on a ship that was headed back to England so it could get recast. So they went ahead and they took her down from the oak tree and they put her on a wagon. They went on down Dock Street with it. They went on down to one of the piers and they talked to a boat captain, Captain Budden. Captain Budden, he told the men, he said, sorry men, I don't have enough room on my ship for the bell. Besides, you don't have enough money to pay the freight charge. I'm going to leave it here at the docks in Philadelphia. And so with that, the bell stayed here. And then come October, 2 men by the names of John Pass and John Stowe, and their names are on the front of the bell here, they agreed to recast the bell at their little foundry. So they went ahead, they got a hold of the bell, they took it to their foundry. The first thing they did was they made a mold of the bell. Then once they made the mold, took the mold off of the bell. And then what they did to the bell was they went ahead and they cut it up. They chopped it all up into chunks. And then they got the bell metal pretty hot. They heated it up to about 2,700 degrees. Now that's pretty hot, don't you think so? A lot hotter than when the sun's beating down on you, huh? Yeah. They went ahead and they poured the liquid bell metal into the mold. And then they just waited for the bell metal to cool, and once it cooled, they went ahead and removed the mold, and presto, Pass and Stowe had just recast themselves a bell. And the
249 years old. It's the original one.
Pretty old, don't you think so? Yeah, this bell's older than the country. The country is 226 years old, soon to be 227 this coming July. Well, anyway, once the bell was cast, it was put up into the steeple of the Pennsylvania State House, which we now call today what? Independence Hall, yeah, Independence Hall, yeah. Yeah, you're in the wrong city, yeah, this is the White House is in Washington, D.C. Anyway, once the bell was put up into the steeple of the Pennsylvania State House, which we now call today what?
Independence Hall.
Independence Hall, very good. Its main use was that it was a communications bell. And this bell in 1789, it was used as a school bell as well. Because in the 18th century, bells were the main means of communication. They didn't have TVs, they didn't have radios, they didn't have telephones, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have pagers, they didn't have computers, and you might as well toss the internet right out the window. Folks, if you were working online in the 18th century, you were up in a bell tower tugging on a big old thick piece of rope. Now, when this bell was up in the steeple of the State House, it rang for 93 years. It rang every day during those 93 years, a total of about 12 hours a day. Now, right underneath here in the center, in what ends in a ball shape, up there, that's called the clapper. Up there, that's the clapper, and that's what hits against the bell to make it sound. Now, the clapper is made out of cast iron, and it weighs 44.5 pounds. Now, I don't know about you folks, but if I was hit over the head for 93 years with a 44.5 pound cast iron clapper, I'd probably crack, wouldn't you, ma'am? Better believe it. Better believe it, yeah. That's a lot of ringing for anybody, even a bell if I do say so myself. Now, everybody from around the world thinks that this here is the crack. Now, part of that holds true. This is where the bell first cracked. But when a bell cracks, it's a very thin hairline crack. It's no wider than a single piece of hair. And you cannot see a crack in a bell from a distance. What you see here is a repair that was done to the crack. They went ahead and they drilled out the crack with a hand drill. They went ahead and they drilled it out to separate the two pieces of metal. They did what was called stop drilling. You separate the two pieces of metal. And that way, the metal's not rubbing against each other. The sides aren't rubbing against one another. And then the bell can continue to ring and it can continue to sound good. 40 drill marks make up this repair. And once this repair was made, the bell was put back up into the steeple of the Pennsylvania State House. And then, on February 23rd, 1846, it was George Washington's birthday celebration. And the plan was to have the bell ring from sunrise to sunset. So once the sun rose, they went ahead and started ringing the bell. And when this bell would ring, you could hear it a distance of 5 miles. That's how far the sound carried. People over in New Jersey could even hear it at the time because there were no big buildings blocking the sound. The biggest building at the time was the Pennsylvania State House, which we now call today what? Independence Hall. Independence Hall, yeah. Anyway, it was ringing and sounding good right on up until about noontime, 12 o'clock. Now, what do you suppose happened to the bell at 12 o'clock? Yeah, have you been here before? Huh? Well, I don't know, but have you been here before? Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay, you've been listening. Yeah, it cracked again. She's exactly right. It was an extension of the crack that was repaired. The crack then started here at the P in Philadelphia, went up through the word and, through the S for stow, through the word the, oddly enough through the word liberty, up into this top part here called the crown. And after that happened, the bell was taken down from the steeple of the State House and it was never rung again. And it hasn't rung for 156 years. Now that's a long time not to be ringing, don't you think? Yeah. But this bell still rings in the hearts and minds of many people, past and present. In the 1830s, groups declaring freedom from slavery gave the bell its nickname that still sticks with it to this day. They called it the Liberty Bell. All because of this Bible verse that you can see around the crown here, and you can find it in the Bible in the Old Testament. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 10, it says, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof." In other words, freedom for all or freedom for everyone everywhere. It doesn't matter who you are. This bell played a strong role in the women's rights movement. Ladies, this was your symbol. getting the right to vote and gaining suffrage. The suffragettes, as they were called, made a model of the bell, and they went ahead, they wrapped it up in chains, and they weren't going to take the chains off until they got the right to vote. They called their bell the Justice Bell, and you can see that up in Valley Forge. Uppercut, you're looking. Yeah, Valley Forge, I have to drive up there, yeah. Anyway, this bell has also traveled across the country. It did that for 30 years. To name some cities that it's been to outside of Philadelphia, it's been to Boston, Chicago, and San Francisco. It traveled around the country on a special railroad flat car. It had to because it weighs 2,080 pounds. Can you lift 2,080 pounds? It's pretty heavy, isn't it? You just can't pack that on your back like your backpack. So to get it around, they had it on its own special flat car. And aside from traveling across the country, it's been on 6 different kinds of mailing stamps that you can get at the post office, on a couple of coins, on food stamps, and it also appeared on war bonds in the 2 world wars in which the U.S. was involved in. So over time, this bell has become a strong symbol of freedom and liberty, not just here in this country, but in other countries as well. I want to thank you. We have this spider bracelet and just letting it clap on the bill, so it won't get up against the bell. The women's are right here. It was on the flat card on the back of the bill.
Okay. Independence Hall built as the Pennsylvania State House. Congress House built as the county courthouse. The Federal Convention representing 12 states meets in the State House to draft the U.S. Constitution in 1787. 1789, County Courthouse. Far right is built later as known as Congress Hall. Congress Hall serves as the capital of the United States till 1800. The City Hall in the far left was built biannually by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1800. State capital in 1799 moved to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. In 1800, U.S. capital moved to Washington, D.C. Let's go see it. Here we are, Independence Hall. Just went in and saw all the documents for the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, all this thing here in the center. We're waiting to go into Independence Hall, which is...
So did you make it to the Mint?
Okay, not quite sure what this is, but in a minute we're going to find out. Oh, where the Constitution was written. Okay.
And this courtroom was the site of a very symbolic event that occurred on the 8th of July, 1776. On that day, the Declaration of Independence was read in public for the very first time. That happened out in the yard, just beyond the tower of this building. The Declaration of Independence was read by John Nixon. He was a colonel in the Pennsylvania militia. Colonel Nixon had 8 of his militiamen stationed in the audience, so that as soon as he was finished reading the Declaration of Independence, those 8 militiamen could come into this courtroom and climb up behind the judge's bench. Now, the painting that you see up there on the wall is the coat of arms of Pennsylvania. That was painted in 1785 by Jacob Rutter. Of course, in 1776, there was a very different coat of arms hanging in that spot, the coat of arms of Great Britain. And of course, that British coat of arms was the symbol of King George III's royal authority here. So those 8 men pried the British coat of arms off the wall, and for a few hours they dragged them through the streets of Philadelphia so all the citizens would get a really good chance to properly use them, and then they set them on fire. Of course, they did all this to make a very simple point. King George III and his government no longer held any more power or authority here. Certainly desecrating and burning the traditional memorials was an act of treason.
Okay, now we're in the room where the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution was signed. In this room right here.
Almost all my colleagues mention it. The only reason I usually don't mention it is, well, Benjamin Franklin, when you hear Benjamin Franklin, what do you think of? Brilliant politician, founding father, Robin Williams in short pants. He's the funny one, right? Washington's the honest one, Jefferson's the brilliant one, Adams is the crabby one, and Franklin's the funny one. And we always tend to, and in that respect, he's his own worst enemy because he just can't help himself. He always manages to come up with something funny to say. So usually I try to avoid like the kind of sly things he says because that's what people really tend to kind of go in on.
That's
Not
the chair that he
he's
sat
the
in.
smartest guy you probably ever sat in. But again, Franklin can't help himself, so he's sitting probably about here, and his colleagues are sitting, not a setting sun, but it's a sun rising on the Grand Republic. Now, of course, the thing that's ironic about that is Dr. Franklin was very familiar with that chair because he was the president of Pennsylvania from 1785 to 1788. And when George Washington is sitting up in that chair presiding over the Constitutional Convention, he's sitting in Ben Franklin's chair. That's the chair that Franklin sat in as he presided over the Pennsylvania government as the president of Pennsylvania. So he's very familiar with that chair. He's seen it up close and personal. If Washington weren't up there sitting in it, he'd be there.
In Congress who both claim to represent the people, and the Jeffersonians or the Republican Democrats, the Democratic Republicans. That was as opposed to the classic Republican. The classical Republican said that democracy would only happen in a part of the government. For example, people would directly elect the House of Representatives, but the Senate is appointed by the state legislature. And the president is
Independence Hall.
George Washington in front of Independence Hall here. So we just finished looking at all this good stuff and hearing about all the good stuff and how we all got what we got now. This is the library.
That's the first library, the first circulating library.
Ah, there we go.
That's the one subscription library they called it.
The one, and that's when he decided that people could take a library book home. And he was the one that started that. And they're waiting for the carriage rides. Carpenter's Hall. Reads the various things. Hospital, library. There he is.
Oh, man, that building. Too close.
There he is. William Penn. All right. No, it's going to be good. Yeah. Good shot.
Got it? Yeah. Good.
Reconstruction, huh? Wow, they're really doing some reconstruction there, aren't they? Sure, nice stops.
I can zoom in and see his eyeballs. See, they're doing all construction on it. That building is something else. Look at that. And there's
major stuff.
How does Philadelphia rank in size with other cities?
Look at that.
Philadelphia is about the fifth leading largest city now, 1.0. Pennsylvania. I was surprised when I found that out. Second only to Florida.
That's because they're eating that good, healthy farm food.
Yeah.
Without all the preservatives in it. Philadelphia Museum. And the movie with Rocky where he ran up the stairs there.
The steps he ran up.
Several myths about Washington, you know, about the cherry tree and so on.
Yep.
And also about his teeth.
Oh, the wooden
They were wooden teeth, but they were ivory made from a hippopotamus. They weren't really wood, but he drank a lot of Madeira wine, so they became stained. Everybody thought it was wood.
Yeah, I got that.
From the juice of the grape. And there's mooses out there.
Elk. Bear. And Texas Longhorns.
Museum of Art.
Bears. Moose and elk. 2 elk down there.
Okay, we're on our way back from Philadelphia. We're about 20 miles from Lancaster, so we'll be getting there pretty soon to where we picked up the bus. And all these beautiful farms out here. Pretty land. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure is.
Vehicles out there anywhere. What, is that steep of a grade he needs brakes?
Goats? Okay, go ahead, the big old Halloween with all the kids dressed up and the dogs over here. And this is at Hershey Park in Pennsylvania, our RV park. And these 3 trees, so pretty. And of course you can hear the Canadian honkers down there on the pond. I'm doing laundry. Sun came out. Beautiful. Beautiful day. This is a very big park and a very pretty park. And of course it's close to Halloween, so a lot of the locals have come here for the weekend too. Another section up here. Up there on the hill, I get a phone signal up there. And we're down here at the other end of the road down here. Okay, that's Lee Bannon.
Pennsylvania.
That's Lee Bannon. Lee Bannon, Pennsylvania.
Livingston, Texas, you mean?
What?
Let's see.
We're over there right by those trees.
242 Rainbow Drive.
We're at that section. And we're up here on this hill.
Wait, no, and then make after the address, it's
there's the
pound
the
sign.
chorus.
Pound sign.
Ducks on the lake.
14297.
The clubhouse. 14297, yeah. RV parks.
Livingston, Texas.
That's where I was just at. Down there at the laundromat. Beautiful.
Yeah, 77933. In fact, everything's just.
I showed you where we were at. Now, down there in those trees, behind those trees, that's a whole nother section.
Well, I think she's 242 Rainbow Drive. Karen's 342
No.
Rainbow Drive.
No,
She's not.
different.
She's a different Rainbow
He's
Drive.
over here talking to Bob. Yeah. Beautiful.
Oh, really?
Look at the geese.
That's sunset. That's sunset. Oh.
Look at them.
Well, Ray and Carol. Dave and Oh, he did have the operation yesterday, huh? And what all did they do?
Who had surgery?
Gary had surgery yesterday.
Okay, here we are in Gettysburg. Okay, we're just starting on our driving tour of Gettysburg, and we are out here looking at we're day 1 in July 1st, 1863?
Yep.
Okay.
And at this particular spot, there was in the battle, there were 2 men killed and 18 wounded at this particular battle at this point. Around it.
Okay, so here we are, this is on the other side. Well, these are the hills of Virginia. And I'll tell you what, the leaves are the prettiest we've seen so far this fall. They are beautiful. And the horses got too cold, so we're headed to Florida. We'll come back and see this in the spring. But the leaves won't be as pretty as they are right now.
Look at the people up there hanging out of the tree.
Oh, for Halloween? Okay, let's see if we get them. Yep, 2 of them. Some pretty horse ranches. They're probably heading to Florida too. 30 degrees in the morning is too doggone cold, and 40 during the day to sightsee. Time to go find some sunshine. Okay, we're at what? Kills something.
Kildare.
Kills Head in North Carolina. That is the Wright Brothers
Kitty Hawk.
Memorial. Kitty Hawk.
We're at Kitty Hawk. And that's where they would have taken off from, and where the orange is coming down the hill there would have been where the tracks were at, only not all the way to the bottom. And then the plane was released, and then it would have glided all the way to take a picture from
There's
over by
one,
the rocks going back the other way so you could see how far it was.
2 and 3. And then out here.
The last flight was 592 feet.
Where's that? What?
Took them 59 seconds to fly that far.
Okay, this is a little reconstruction of the house that they supposedly stayed in when they were here. Because I believe their home was what? In Daytona, right?
No, Dayton.
Dayton, Ohio?
Yes.
Not Daytona. Okay, and this is their little building that they've reconstructed. That would have been their hangar, their workshop.
Where
That
they built the
worked on.
plane at, right.
Yeah. Okay, this is where they started from. Okay? Alright, now we're going to turn around and go and see them lined up. And the first one was how far?
120 feet.
Okay, there's the first one.
And Orville was flying.
Okay, and then there's the next one.
The second one, Wilbur, was flying, was 150 feet.
Okay.
The third one was 173 feet, I believe.
Yep.
And Orville was flying.
Okay, and then there's the last one,
And
right
the last
out there.
one, we don't know who, because we didn't walk down there that far, so we don't know who was flying in the last.
Okay, here he is. And they're working on this. This is something new.
There's Orville over there. And there's Wilbur over there.
Commemoration of the conquest of the air. There's Orville. And there's Wilbur. Achieved by dauntless resolution and unconquerable. Okay, here we are looking from the top up here of the memorial. Hiked up to the top here, and there's the forest markers out there. The little buildings. Look out there. Got the Atlantic Ocean.
And there goes Wilbur.
That was Wilbur in his new airplane, but I'm into the sun here, so I'm not picking. Oh, there it is. Little airport over here. Okay, let's take a look out here over at the Atlantic Ocean. Last time we were by the water was by Kennebunkport in Maine. A little bit further south. A little bit warmer. Now about the same temperature as the day we were at the ocean up there. But in between, we've had a lot of rain and a lot of cold weather.
Now if we stop it right there and we go to the other side, we can pan from there all the way around the other side.
Okay. Okay, we're on the other side now, so we'll take a look down here. The rest of the way. It's water. Let's see, the town we're looking over, I'm not quite sure the name of the town.
Well, the town is...
Is it Kitty Hawk?
Kitty Hawk.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, we just went to Nag's Head. Nag's Head is a place where they used to take the old horses, hang a lantern around their neck, have them walk around on the beach, and entice ships to come in so that the people on the land would rob them. They were called land pirates. Yep. Okay, we're ready to go over the bridge pretty soon. Let's go over to an island, which is inland bit better now with the sun not shining in our face. Okay, here's the old sailing vessel is what it's called. The Elizabethan number 2. Supposedly this would have been something that would come here in 1585. People came here and settled. Now we got here a little bit late because they close at 5 o'clock as far as selling tickets. We got here about 4:30 to go and see it, and the little village that they have in there with people dressed up like we used to do when we played old cowboys and cowgirls, and they played settlers that came here from across the ocean. And we are on, we believe it's called Roanoke Island, which is where we came across the bridge over there and drove in through the town. Here we are, the dock behind a restaurant. It smells good when we walk by here. There's a bridge, we walked over here. Road you can drive over. Okay. And then we go around over here, and there's some little cottages, homes, etc. on the waterway. Very here's one of the little waterfalls here. We're just getting ready to leave Gaston Park. And boy, there's a lot of leaves have fallen since we pulled in. We had 3 beautiful sunny days. Over to Speed Bump we go. Look at all the leaves that have come down here. We had some heavy rains, but we missed the tornadoes. They didn't get to us. We headed to Myrtle Beach and found out it was going to be chilly there too. We're going to find sunshine and warmth pretty soon. I think it's going to be down in the Keys. Look at this. There we go. Little Pond. I don't even think I walked down and did the big lake, but we're going to cross over it, so we'll do a little bit of there.
Water.
There we go. And those leaves are very thick leaves. Lady I met, her and I were walking, talking, and went over and we touched the leaves, and they're thick leaves, not thin like most leaves are. I'm not quite sure what kind of tree that is. Look at how red that is. Beautiful. Okay. Lake Gaston. And the other side of the road is where the park is at.
Back there.
Okay, and this is where we were at. And there's a little clubhouse and stuff over there. Little clubhouse, huge. So that's where we were parked, right over here.
There's the rigs on the left over there.
Yep. Those are the ones that stay here a long time. And we were right over in there. Oh, we're gone. Okay, we just came back from the store, and here's the park we're staying at. It's Spirit of the Swanee, and they're all decorated because they're going to have a big Christmas event here. We got snowman and everything. Well, we'll go over here. Okay, here we go. Around over here. And over there. Now this one here is huge. This is a gingerbread house. These people have been working on this for days. Look at that. That is neat. Now here they even got some moving. Okay, now we got up the trees. Now you can see the moss in the trees. Now we're at Live Oak, Florida. That's where this is all at. Oh, here we got a little burrow and a cactus. They have all kinds of bluegrass festivals here. The place is huge. The whole row, all the way down, and all the way in the entrance they had Christmas trees all decorated. Okay, here we are driving around, and see out here in the middle is a small lake, and it's all reflecting on the water. Through the mossy trees of Florida. How pretty. And here we are back on the other side of the gingerbread house. A close-up of him. There he is. Look at the armadillos. We're cruising down the road here by Disneyland, and this is the best thing we've seen. World. Something. Okay, where's the other one? They blend. Oh, he hopped. Look at him. How neat. Come say hi. Yeah, right. Look at you. My sister Charlene would go bonkers. Look at him. That's what they're looking for is grubs. They're looking for grubs, huh? Okay, I just came back from a bicycle ride and this guy was crawling under our RV. He's trucking. That's where we're at, right over there. There's Mr. Hap. Okay, where's he going now? There he goes. I'm out of here. The lady next to us said he was here earlier, left, and went over across the road on the other side to the other place, then came back here. Okay, now this is another one. This is about 2 or 3 RVs down, and Hap just spotted this one.
God, he's a big one too. Jeez. Maybe they're coming over to see each other.
Funny. They're moving. Okay, we're cruising down 27, and we've passed a lot of sugarcane fields. We found some sunshine after all of our rain. Miles and miles and miles. Yes. I'm sure the sugarcane appreciated all the rain we got here the last couple of days. It's nice and green. Another ones we were looking at were just the green stalks. Now these have possums on top of them. Must be when they are getting ripe, they get that on there. Now the thing we don't want to come to, we don't want to come to the field when they're burning them, because it gets real smoky on the road, they said, like a fog. I'd rather look at it when it's green like this, it's better. Okay. Well, I see my clock isn't right on my camera, but it's actually 7:30 in the morning, and we just got on Route 1 and we're headed to Key West. We're never on the road at this time of the morning, but we want to get down there, and hopefully we're going to get a campsite at the Navy base.
Stayed night in a beautiful place called Walmart.
Oh yes, we spent the night at the Super Center in Florida City. Hospitality was...
This is T-Table Channel.
morning.
Here are the keys.
Yes. Very pretty drive. Beautiful morning. Not a lot of traffic. Nice. Nice. We just came through Key Largo and then a couple of other towns we're not even sure how to pronounce them. Traveling down Route 1. Keys. So pretty out this morning. See what's on that side of the road over here. There's a little bitty island out there. Beautiful day. We came down before January 1st because it's not supposed to be as crowded, so that should be good. We have 75 more miles to go.
We'll be on the tip.
Look at this, as wide as the road is, that's it. Little bridge going over the top here. Canyon. Matakumi Key. Matakumi Key? Close. Okay, there's a bridge we're going to go over here. Not sure of the name yet, but we'll find out pretty soon. Says, see you later. This is Craig Key we're going to now. Craig Key. Channel number 5. Wide enough for a road. Oh, traveling on a long bridge. We just went over like a small little hill. Little islands out here. We got about 40 miles to go and we'll be at Key West. This is the old road over here. There's pieces missing over there. Okay, southernmost point, USA, 90 miles to Cuba. Okay. We were going to take the trolley ride, and the trolley just turned the corner. Now the trolley ride is going to be taken another day because today is a Christmas party. I don't know if it's for the staff of the trolleys or what. But anyway, here comes a little train around the corner here now. Here's the trolley. That's the one we're going to take. You can stop and get off and stuff. But today it ended at 3 o'clock, so we would have lost like 2.5 hours of our day. So we just kept our ticket and we'll use it another day. Oh, roosters. Oh, all kinds of them. Those are pretty colored ones, and those are the mean little critters. Little banny roosters. There's a big old house. Okay, we are at Kingman Beach. I'm here Key West, and this is at the naval base. We just left the RV park, etc. Didn't go on the tour and came over here. They said it was so pretty over here, and there's no crowds because, of course, the only people that can get in here are military. So here we are. Beautiful day. Oh, gorgeous. Haven't stuck my feet in the water yet. Go down here and see what's down here. What did I just step on that was spongy? A sponge?
What?
I just stepped on a sponge. It's soft. Or is it like seaweed thing? There's the park.
No, it's a sponge.
It is? Wow.
It is. Sponge.
A sponge. There's all the towers. They're beautiful. The little grass hut thing.
Oh, there she is. I don't know what she's pointing at. Must be something over there. She's going to step in the water. We're real close to the most southern point of the United States. Right here. Playing in the water, playing in the water. Oh, she's on a sponge. Sponges all over out here. I have no idea what this is out here. You really can't make it out. First of all, I'm sitting with sunglasses on. That's sort of stupid, isn't it? But it's way out there. Photo works pretty good, by golly. Out there, ways. As you can see. I don't know what these things are, but they're having fun up here. I'd like to be able to do that. Got long tails on them. I don't know what these things are. No idea what they are. Talk about overhead. Just sailing in the breeze. Well, this one that was way out there is a lot closer now. Coming into somewhere. I guess it's coming in the channel. All the marine boats are, the ships are over on the other side of the channel where I think this one's coming into. I'm probably going to wind up going over there and taking a look. We're just informed there's supposed to be a big storm coming in here in about 3 hours. Ginger down there.
And they're out there in their sailboat. We're sitting here on the picnic table just enjoying the view and the beautiful weather. Possibly might rain later on, but we're enjoying it now. And this is the Atlantic Ocean out here. Before half was videoing, and I asked him if he had said we're on the Atlantic side, because we're on the east side of Key West. Where the campground is at, we're in the middle of like a gulf and inlet. So it's real calm. We don't have the waves coming in. We've seen some jellyfish here on the beach. We didn't catch those critters. They must have come in with the tide this morning or whatever. Won't go back out. Nice stuff. Little coconuts. Little coconuts.
It's already got the inside of it.
What? Oh, that's all rotten. There was a couple of big ones laying on the street up there, but of course we couldn't stop in the middle of the road and pick them up. Well, here's a couple of the, well, the Imagination, big cruise ship sitting out here. I think around the corner there's another one. This is the Imagination. Ah, those things are big. There we are, touring through the town. Everybody's all decorated for Christmas. Don't feel like Christmas. 80 degrees. Neat big old houses. This is US 1. The opposite one from the one on the west coast. One on the east coast, one on the west coast.
Yep, only this one dead ends in the ocean.
Yeah, dead ends in the ocean. Where does the one dead end in California? Needless to say, people are moving out of our way sometimes when they see this big truck. They're like, why are you driving around here? It's not really crowded. It's doing fine. Okay, we batten down the hatches. We're going to see if we blow away. Yeah. Yep.
Swinging around.
Little bird up there, he just hovering. Okay, what we're looking at, that's the mangrove. The water's shallow. Okay, this building over here is where they dry the chutes, parachutes, because they do practice. That's the dryers. Oh, I already did it. I don't think we did any of this. Big and windy. There's a dock there. Okay, here we are going over the 7-mile bridge. We're out for a scenic view today. We went to the flea market, wandered around, looked at some stuff there. Now we're on our way up to Burgess Marina in Marathon to see if we can find the guy that we met and played golf with at Myrtle Beach who came down here from, I think, Massachusetts on his boat. Okay. Here's the couple that's camped next to us, and they were down at the beach yesterday, and look at all the goodies they found. There's sponges, and are some of these, those are all sponges?
Yeah.
All sponges. Look at that. Wow. There's their coconut.
You can get the rock.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Got to take a look at this here. Look at this. This is so neat. This is so neat. Look at this. Looks like a little miniature cave. Beautiful. This was down at the beach the other day when I was videoing down there and we were picking up rocks. They found lots of goodies. Lots of goodies. Look at this. Yeah, we don't have to leave the RV park. We have so much going on here to keep us busy watching. We don't have time to leave. All kinds of neat stuff. Oh, what they're doing out here. Maybe they'll wave back at us. Yeah, all right. Then earlier a guy was spear fishing. Caught 3 good fish. In fact, I just came back from a long walk. I walked down to the other end of the park, and he was down there cleaning his fish and
Florida Fish Finder.
no, what away.
What's a Florida Fish Finder?
That's the Florida Fish Finder. So they must take them out on fishing trips.
Got so many rods on it, it looks like
Oh, okay, all kinds of fishing rods. Let's see.
Where's the fishing goodie?
Okay, now we take a close-up. Look at all the fishing rods. Beautiful day. Hey, they birdies.
Fish finder.
Okay, these here, they're looking for fish or shrimp or something here. They're busy. Looking for dinner. Looking for dinner. Oh, for dinner. Okay, now here is the banana tree. See the bananas? And they're upside down. And they'll keep growing all the way down this stalk, this bread. And you see down on the ground the little petals that have fallen off. And when they've finished, the red thing will be gone. How strange that they're upside down, huh? There's two trees, one on this side of the RV and one on the other. This isn't our RV. It's somebody else's. But I had to come down here and get a picture of this, because this is something else. Something else. Okay, now this just came floating in here in front of us. This is all right here in front of where we're parked at. Got our own private little show. There comes the boat, too, just tooling along, huh? The coconut trees.
And then he began to build this, his 8th hotel, in 1913. It would take 9 years to complete, and he would not see that completion. He died a year after it was begun. He chose to make it of poured Belgian concrete, said to be resistant to salt. And if you look, you can still see the indentations of the wooden forms used to set that Belgian concrete. They haven't been eroded by 90 years of our salt mist spray down here. It was built to withstand hurricanes. The base exterior walls are 22 inches thick concrete. The tops of the walls 12 inches thick. And below it is a 1 million gallon cistern system, used then because there was no fresh water on the island. Still in use today. If you look, the downspouts are still attached. They divert the rainwater down below, and the Wyndham uses that water now to take care of their lush landscaping. And this beautiful 200-room hotel was completed at a cost of only $350,000. So economically built. You can't even buy the cheapest. And September 2nd, 1935. But the second worst hurricane ever to hit the continental United States struck an island, Marana, 60 miles north of here. It was a Category 5 hurricane, winds force of 200 to 250 miles an hour. The storm surge in one area, 18 to 20 feet, took out an entire 13-mile section of the railroad bed. And the destruction was so pervasive that it killed over 1,100 people. Many on a rescue train coming down from Miami, backing out in pain when they learned of the impending storm. In fact, the only two survivors along the railroad were the two engineers. The locomotive didn't get taken out to sea, and they survived. Well, the destruction was so widespread that the railroad couldn't be rebuilt. Tourism ended that weekend, and that beautiful 200-room Flagler Hotel, they shuttered for over 40 years. It wasn't until 1977 that the Marriott Corporation bought it and began to restore it. Well, Little Key West, like maybe no town in the United States, say Galveston or maybe San Francisco, has learned how to survive. Survived the devastating effects of 3 major hurricanes. The fire of 1886 that destroyed over half the structure. The loss of the cigar business to Tampa, and the end of the wrecking era here, and then the onslaught of our nation's Great Depression. Things got so bad here that Key West was broke, literally. They tore up their charter, and the state of Florida provided for social services. And the population of 23,000 declined to 11,000, 80% unemployed or on relief. And so the Roosevelt administration came down here.
and FERA, the Federal Emergency Relief Act, built these little motels here in 1934-35. And then the WPA built the aquarium downtown, so there was a tourist attraction. And the government advertised Key West as a destination. And in 1934 and 35, it paid off. They got 40,000 tourists here. This is stop number 8.
Okay, we just got off the trolley here. We just walked down to the edge of the water. And here's one of the many shrimp boats that are out here. I guess they're out there all night long because shrimp are nocturnal. They sleep during the day, so they get caught during the night.
They bury themselves in the sand during the day. There's one of them. We got another one over here. So they're all coming in. They're coming off of the Pacific coast. I mean the Atlantic coast, and going to the Gulf now. So they're going to go right.
And here's another one over here. And then out here we have a pier. Pier for one of the hotels, Santa Claus, etc. Okay, we're off and rolling.
And we're still in the same place. And we saw this beautiful old house right here on the beach.
The bed and breakfast.
It's a bed and breakfast now.
Called La Mure.
Called the Mure?
Yes,
Neat place. Porch goes all the way around it. And goes out to the sea. And we're going to walk down this out to, and there goes Ginger. And while we were taking it, this is the one across the street. What we're doing is we're looking at the front of this from right here. Went the wrong way. The front porch, the Christmas designs.
Santa Claus with his golf cart.
I guess I'll see it in the film. I didn't see it through here. And we're on our way down the road to the southernmost point in the United States. And this is the house next door, the one we just shot. And I hear that plane above us is a biplane. See if we can get a picture of that later. This is really pretty houses.
And we went by these the other night on the Christmas train ride.
All right, now pay attention here, folks.
And the Christmas lights hanging in the home tree.
Parking and entrance, the southernmost house in the United States. And we're going to go up to the top of it and take a look-see. And there it is, before your eyes. Beautiful breadwork on the roof and everything. And there's Ginger. She's going to go over to the sign over here. And I guess we'll move over there and find out what it's all about. This is a picture of the side of it. And I always went and talked to the people, and they said that we could come in here and take a tour of the building for $8, and we can come back later if we wanted to go swimming and use the pool in this place. It was built in the 1900s at the turn of the century. And now we're out on the pier, and we're going to bring you the shot from the pier of this beautiful house. And there's Ginger Lee, and here's one of the resorts that are over here. Oh, look at it, all the people all the way over here, and the hotel that goes over here, the hotel all the way across. And here's the shrimp boat, another shrimp boat coming in. Some sailboats. And a bunch of antennas. Probably looking at the moon. Now, the beautiful house that we just took a picture of was considered the southernmost point. This is the one across the street, southernmost point guest house,
yes.
established in 1885. And we'll take a closer look at this. First we're going to go up here. Oh, we'll take a look at some, or a bunch of coconuts on our way to the house. Boy, these are some beautiful homes.
Oh, that's red and green cellophane they have over these lights for Christmas.
Oh yeah?
Red and green, yeah, otherwise they're just regular lights. Red, blue.
And here's the tram. Now we're going to have a big surprise for you. Behind this Christmas tree is something spectacular that you're going to want to see. It's hidden behind this Christmas tree. And we're going to show you in just a second. Time out, airplanes come first. Okay, now as we pan down, we're going to show you what was behind the Christmas tree. And right there it is.
Does it go sideways or down? Doesn't matter. No, the button doesn't go down. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Comic Republic. 90 miles to Cuba. Southernmost point, continental United States. Key West. And there goes Ginger Lee. Now, in accordance with the Christmas tree, we'll shoot over here, and there's part of the Christmas tree like we showed you. No, folks, that is not a statue. That is a live chicken. And they run free throughout the whole Keys. This is what they call a Key West chicken. They are endangered. And you cannot kill them. And you cannot pet them or chase them off.
And you can ship them anywhere you want to.
But you can ship them anywhere you want to. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. You can find these in restaurants, stores, and any other place. And there's only one person that is allowed to touch these roosters or chickens. And what's she called, honey? The chicken lady or something like that?
I don't know.
She's the only one allowed to touch them. Hello, Ginger. This house is surrounded by trees. You can see the trees. Good luck. Uh-oh, there we go. Another tram.
Get around this corner, it's due to be on your left, a large candelabra cactus.
Very interesting. This is the Naval Annex, which we could go into if the gate was open, but the gate's on the other side, so we can't get into it. This is where all the antennas were that we shot a little.
Okay, here's the Key West Lighthouse. And they moved it inland to protect it. And it got old because the hurricanes would just destroy it and there would be nothing left of it. So here it is. You cannot go in it. We just get to look at it from the outside. And you'll hear the
doors open.
Roosters crowing. You cannot go in it. The lady told me that.
Huh?
There's probably a museum at the bottom or something, but you can't go into the other part of it. Okay? Ernest Hemingway home. You're standing across this street because it's a little bitty narrow street. If you're trying to get a picture of it, you can't even see it. So we're on Whitehead Street, just off of Duval, and Duval is like the street. So we're just out walking around till we get back on the trolley and seeing the sights.
Now, you probably thought that I was kidding about the chicken lady. This is the chicken lady's place right here. And you can hear the rooster that was gobbling. Anyway, this is her house. Any chicken that gets hurt or any rooster that gets hurt, this is where they're brought to. And then she takes care of them. She's the only one legal and the keys to handle them. You all thought it was a big story, huh?
Up here on the left-hand side across the street, see these identical homes restored by Jerry Herman, who was the composer for Hello Dolly and Maeve and things. Site of South Florida. They've answered every single question. They've done this tour before, I think. I'll give you one of these coins, though, to the person who can tell me what all of these homes down here have in common. Look around.
No basement.
Huh?
No basement.
Close.
Wraparound porches.
No?
No?
What's that? Metal roofs. Bingo. When we get the next stop, this is yours. Metal roofs. You see all these homes there? We're called the Tent City of the Bahamas. Metal roofs, the story behind that. Back in 1886, we had a fire here in Key West. Before we didn't have all these metal roofs, and you see how close all the homes are. Well, it was a windy day also, and coincidentally, our only fire apparatus was in New York City getting repaired. How smart is that? Well, by the end of the day, half of the old town had burned to the ground. The windy day and the proximity of the houses, the sparks were leaping from roof to roof, burning all the houses down. They actually had to go down to City Hall, draw straws, and see whose houses they were going to dynamite so they could create a fire break. Now the houses that remained were the ones that did have metal roofs, and it's actually the oldest building code in the United States. Here in Key West is that metal roof thing.
We came
Another
down
good
there
reason
on
for
the
those metal
plane
roofs
ride
is during a
here.
hurricane.
Christmas light.
The last thing you want during 140-mile-an-hour winds is a bunch of little shingles about this big whipping through the streets, chopping people down and chopping trees down. It's a lot easier to get out of the way of a big metal.
Cemetery. And all above ground.
All right, guys. How you doing? Uh-oh. I don't know where I can go do that at. What's your suggestion? Alright, let's do that. You can hide them, kind of, hopefully.
I could video.
No, you can't video.
I can't video.
Number 10. That's a request I've never had before.
Hold this.
Alright, guys, you ever been to New Orleans? Yeah. Seen the cemetery down there? This is very similar to that cemetery. The reason behind all these, the way it looks the way it is, of course, is because of the hard coral underneath us that you can't dig through in the 1800s, before we had backhoes and all that stuff. Couldn't get a shovel down in there. Well, buried everybody above ground. It's kind of a spooky place at night.
1847, 1893.
That's a great question. I'm not sure. Never even noticed that, to tell you the truth. The Key West Sponge Market. Sponging was another one of our major industries. We've had a bunch of them here in Key West, but that was one of our major industries. We employed over 1,000 people down here. Sponging, I'm talking about, of course, sea sponges are natural sponge that grows in the water. They are only native really to the Lower Keys, the Bahamas, or, well, I'm sorry, that's a continent. That is sponges are only native to the Lower Keys and Tarpon Springs, Florida. They look like little wheels of a ship. It's called gingerbread architecture. You find that all, so what they would do is they would build homes in the Bahamas out of those tree nails, wooden nails, take them apart, put them on a ship and ship them over here and put them back together. A really good example of that is this house up here on the left-hand side. Built in First United Methodist Church, dates back to 1892. Built out of coral. You can still see some of the coral to the left and right of the you can't see it behind the Coca-Cola truck. Example of good tree, shade tree here in Key West, this banyan tree. See how large it is? It takes up that yard, and in the back it's also the same tree. Bay of India. The largest one I think is 3 or 4 football fields in size. Of course, Harry S. Truman's house, little white house is back there again, the presidential gate thing. Go back there and take a tour of his vacation home. I've actually spent one night in the vice president's suite in there, all by myself in this gigantic old home, and it was scary. Tell you what, that was nice. Here on the right is the Audubon House, named after John James Audubon. He spent 6 months there working on the Birds of America book. Come on. People want to try to drive. Wow. Blatant disregard. But if you go take a tour of the Audubon House, there are original prints from the Birds of America book. Coming up on Mallory Square, if you're going to continue along on the tour, I'm running a little behind because of some traffic problems and some bladder problems. But try to get you in there. This is Mallory Square. If you're going to be continuing along on the tour, you're going to get on the trolley that's in front of me. Unfortunately, since I am running the lane.
Here we are at Schooner Bar down at Key West. Hello, hi, 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 hi. Where is he at? There he is. Hi. There she is. Hello, hello, okay. Hello, hello.
Oh, me?
Hello, yes, yes, no, I'm talking. There we're at, yes.
With the scooter bar.
Now we're camped side by side at the RV park, and in a million people here, all of a sudden we're walking down the sidewalk, and there we are. Just look along. So we're taking a lunch break.
We'll have a toast.
We gotta have a toast, yes, gotta have a toast. Cheers.
Can I have my
Happy trails.
Happy trails.
trails. Safe trails. There we go. Okay. All right. Look at all the boats out here.
Plan me a short vacation. I left a lot of work undone. Just a little bit of relaxation. I'll be laying out in the sun, and I got me a tropical destination. I just walk instead of running. I'm just sitting on a pier, drinking me a beer and watching the setting sun. And I'm just sitting in the cutoff beam, eating plantain with me rice and beans. Drinking rum and singing island songs. Doesn't no tourism stay too long. And I'm warning all you folks tonight, you can have your fun, but don't miss your flight. If you do, then you just might turn out to be acting just like me. I still got my round trip ticket, I keep it just over my bed. It's folded to plug the hole in the roof, keep me rain off of my head. And I ain't returning no phone calls, and I ain't accepting no mail. I'm singing and calling out to the dolphin in the grouper and the little hotel. And I'll be sitting in my cutout jeans, eating plantain with me rice and beans. Drinking rum and singing island songs, doesn't no tourism stay too long. And I'm warning all you folks tonight, you can have your fun, but don't miss your flight. If you do, then you just might turn out to be acting just like me. Just come down for the weekend. I was running from the ice and the snow, with the tropic sun come peeking across the Gulf of Mexico. And the sunshine I was seeking, I found right here when the warm winds blow. I just come down for the weekend 35 years ago. And I just come down for the weekend 35 years ago.
Little doggy over here, and on his collar are dollar bills. And people take pictures or whatever, and he's got his little Santa Claus hat on. There's the Christmas tree. On the boat.
I don't know why anybody would want to sail in this water.
Okay, here's what we just ate. We're on our way. Okay, here's the hog breath. Now this place is buried in the back of a parking lot. This is not the place we would want to be at here.
Where do we go with this?
Look at this. We're on Duval Street. Duval Street is one t-shirt shop after another, and then they have a Rolex watch shop, and then they have restaurants.
And a bar every other one.
And a bar every other one, yes. And key lime pie, etc., 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 as we go down here. Back to Mallory Square, I guess is how you pronounce it, and that's where we'll catch the shuttle and go see something else. What? Where's that chicken? Where's he at? There he is. Hey, chicken. Hey, it's still got pretty colors. Yep, look at this tree here. Growing right on top of this wall. And the roots. Wow. This is a waterfront playhouse here. During the 1860s, the masonry building shown in the left center was used by the Tiffin Company as a warehouse to store goods salvaged from vessels wrecked on the nearby reef. Proceeds from the wrecking made Key West one of the wealthiest cities in the United States in the 19th century. That's what they'd go out, and when the ships would crash, they'd go out, and the first one out there got to rescue the people and take whatever was on board and auction it off.
You still recording?
Yeah. Yes.
We're in the sculpture garden.
In Mallory Square.
Mallory Square. Downtown Key West, still. Now this ship's in dry dock for the season. There goes Ginger. This is the Maritime Museum. This is the Maritime Museum, like I just said, but I had to move away on a trolley.
Location thing old, kind of old. It's the opposite track.
Okay, guess what this is? No, you're wrong. They give you a little hint. Made out of sponges, right here in Key West. We have a bunch of them with us. Yeah. We found ourselves on the beach. Keep guessing. Now it's beginning to look like something, isn't it? And we're getting bigger and bigger. And Ginger's talking to me. And I'm still, Ginger, I'm still going in on it. And there it is. And Ginger is showing me, what were you showing me, my dear? Conch. Those are called conch shells. And those are very famous here. I just met a general. And I can't believe I met a general. Okay, I'll show you my new general I just bought. My new General Motors. My new boat. Listen, I have to be careful. The engine's no good. But I got something to show you. My new outboard that fits on the back.
So I think 93 is when he painted that.
19 at Miro.
Straight ahead of us, the schooner, when they do snorkeling trips and sunset sails every day. Very good way to end the day here.
Now here we're going to go by where we just ate.
Another way to end the day, some people do this right on the right here, the Schooner Warm Bar, the last little piece of Key West. That's a day trip that comes down here from the Naples, Fort Myers area.
Oh.
They come down for the day, they'll be leaving in the evening.
Wow, where we're going next.
A lot of Key West type shops on this little street here. Here's my Strauss Freeway. I believe in that. Well, I used to. I'm going to do it again here soon though. If you've been on the island more than a couple minutes, you probably realize that key lime pie is like the national dish. Very good place to get some right on the left here, the Key Lime Pie Shop. They do something in there like even better. They take a piece of key lime pie, they dip it in chocolate, put it on a stick. Very, very good, very good. Key lime pie here is like politics. Everybody has a favorite. That is a very good place right there. There's a little piece of artwork I want to show you coming up on the left up here. There's a little tiny art gallery, and they have a painting in the window here. The last window on the left here is where this painting is. There it is, right here. There it is. The rooster in the high heels right there. The rooster in the high heels. Right next door, a little store here called Peppers. They sell very hot peppers in there, and they have a tasting table in there. If you think you can handle the heat, they have one pepper in there so hot it's a little box shaped like a coffin. Very hot peppers in that place. Must be giving something away here. The traffic is trying to hardly iron work going up the stairway there. But they hardly ever use this anymore. Without a doubt, the most famous bar in the island of Key West. Right on the left-hand corner here, Sloppy Joe's Bar. This was Hemingway's favorite. Everybody else's favorite also. We have a Hemingway Day celebrated here in July. We have a Hemingway look-alike contest. There was one this year by a man from Phoenix, Arizona. It has 92 entries. And you got to picture what they do here. They pose for pictures in this bar in July in turtleneck sweaters. They really get into this. I guess they're going to sit here a little bit longer. The original Sloppy Joe's is right straight ahead of us, across the street up there, that yellow building there, Captain Tony. That's the original Sloppy Joe's bar. And the way the story goes, Sloppy Joe, landlord, was going to raise his rent by $1 a week. So one night he got everybody who was in the bar that night, all his friends, they took all the equipment, they could manhandle out of the bar, and he moved it over to this location. Hey, hey,
What is the original one?
You vote. All right. I'm going left here. I thought my signal was working. Yeah, people here on vacation are not really tuned into driving here too much. So, there we go. This is Duval Street. We're going to try to get up here in just a minute here. I I think we are. Down this end of Duval Street is what we call Lower Duval. Down here is mostly bars, live entertainment in the evening. And it gets a little wound up here when the bars start competing with each other for the noise level. Noise get ready. Have you seen any t-shirt shops yet?
Yes.
There's only about 30 of them there. See if this thing still works there. One of the larger bars on Lower Duval Street, right in the right-hand corner here. This is called the Bull. There's 3 bars here, one on top of each other. The uppermost corner here is a clothing optional bar. So if you go up there, don't forget your sunscreen. There's Yankee Jack on there. Turn up the volume a little.
He's on my video camera, honey, waving to me.
Elvis is in there in the morning, but Yankee Jack takes over in the afternoons there. In the morning, we have Elvis in there. It's been very warm today, just like summertime. When it's warm, a lot of people like frozen drinks. There's a place right on the left there to get some. Back Tuesdays. If you like to pose with animals, right in the right here, you can pose with a parrot, a cockatoo, a boa constrictor, or an iguana right there.
Oh, there they are. There they
The
are.
oldest surviving house in Key West, coming up right here with the flags out front. This is the Wreckers Museum. This was built in 1829 for wrecking Captain Francis Watlington. He lived there with his wife and 7 daughters. 7 girls lived there. That was a 1-bathroom house. How'd they do that? They had to wait. The girls didn't have too far to go to school. This building in the right was a schoolhouse. If you look upstairs, you can still see a school bell up there. They didn't have too far to go to school.
There it is, right there.
Our next stop, going right up on the right up here, this big hotel here. This is stop number 3, La Concha. This is a stop for the... It's the stop for the St. Carlos Institute and Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville right on the next block.
Okay, we just got down here to Mallory Square. And this is where people come down. There's all kinds of stuff going on down here. And watch the sunset. And that's what everybody's here. Now we just missed the horn blowing on the big cruise ship that's getting ready to leave. So this is the one who's just blowing his horn. He's just getting ready to leave.
I like that call. Stool number 2! Hey, come on! This is good! Okay, stool number 3!
It is.
Stool number 4! That way I can move out of the way. And remember, I'm a professional. That's why I'm working the street. Okay, you ready? Are you going to be on your unicycle while you're doing this? No. I've seen it. What? Okay, ready? I got my fire. Let's do the off chance. Okay, here we go. Gotta make sure my stuff doesn't get burned. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, ready? Oh, yeah. Okay. Aren't you guys glad? Aren't you glad that it was just water? I don't want you people to feel ripped off or anything by that. I still will use fire and do the walk of death. But first, let me show you some real cool fire juggling. Yeah.
She took him up $1 and he dropped them, and now he's getting her to pick them up over. Oh, he gave her a lollipop.
The one we took out to dry Tortugas.
Oh, the Yankee cat? Okay, this is an island off there, or key, or whatever they call it here. All the houses in that little bitty space, and they're totally surrounded by water. Just a few feet away from where we're standing here, over here on Mallory Square. Now these boats are just like floating around, and they have little dinghies so they can come into shore, but they're anchored out here. So that way they don't have to pay for a spot to park. With hookups, they're just on their boats. The bigger ones, I don't know about the little ones. They have dinghies that they can come into shore with. Some of them come in with their bicycles, or they chain a bicycle up to the post. They come in and ride their bike around the island. Now this dog is patiently waiting for his master to finish with his balloon thing he's going to do. And then the dog goes and collects the money.
Yeah, tonight is the one I bought her.
This is what we just had, the corn fritters, and he's making the sound inside the shell of an otter.
Yeah, the man right out of the...
Thank you. Remember, you're the catalyst. I told there will be no show. Oh. Clap, clap, clap for Chopin. Clap, 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 clap for Monari. Oh, bye, avec ça, les Chopin! Hurry up, take your time. 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 Monarine! Monarine! You need a push? Thank you. The rope! The rope! The rope! Monarine, go on your cage, open your cage yourself and swing on the rope. Thank you. Now, you say, you drive me crazy. The rope! Monarine, the rope! The rope! This is a ladder, I know. And now they're going to jump through the fire. Woo, I'm excited again. And you know what? I want to remind you something at the end. Thank you. Go back to your seat. Stay where you are! No! Remember, you're the catalyst, not my fault. Chopin, you can do it, it's all in your mind. George! No! There is no flame, only on your mind. What's here with that? Hey! $50 pour le show, $2 pour le show. Hey! Le bon speaker. Donc, c'est cool dans les poches!
coming in out there. And one over there.
Oh, kind of about here. Yeah, it's the end of our sunset at Mallory Square, Key West. Oh no, it's better without the light. The backlight is if you're in a room, I think, with no light. There's a PT 728. I've tried getting a picture of it the other day, and here he pulls right up here in front of us. You can take a ride on it out here in the harbor. Okay, here's the Starship out here. So we're just standing here looking at all these neat boats and everything. This one here comes equipped with a helicopter. Just in case you want to get back to land, take your helicopter with you.
I'd like to be the pilot on that plane.
He's not coming. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
He just got telling them to be lions.
Say yes, say yes.
Yes.
Is he coming?
Yes.
Say yes.
Yes. See, that's what the cat's going to do is jump on yes, I bet you.
Say yes. He's coming, he's coming.
Lions are nice.
Hurry up, take your time.
Hurry up and take your
Hurry up,
time.
take your time. Hurry up, take your time. He's on the other side of the aisle. Hurry up, take your time. Hurry up, take your time. Easy, 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 easy. He's perfectly in harmony with himself. Hurry up, take your time. You need a push. You know, he's already 19 years old, both of them. So you need a push. Thank you. You know what? You took too long. You took too long. Well, now we're going to have
I can't wait to show this to Lori.
Sharky, Sharky, don't fall asleep. And wait for me. Remember the Vanderbilt Ballet during the old days when the lion tamer used to feed the lions with a piece of meat in his mouth. Let me get the piece of meat here. Where here it is.
Oh yeah.
Mais Sharky, only at the end of the show. Thank you. Are you ready? Now it'll be my turn. The end of the line. Now turn. Turn again. One more time. When I say one more time, turn again. Hey! Don't shudder, no more flame.
Oh, look at this kitty cat. Tail like a raccoon.
Now we're going to have the grow.
Okay, that's Christmas in Key West. That was Santa on the golf cart going through the campgrounds. Okay, December 26th, we're heading out of the Keys, and we just did a quick stop here. These are the roots that go down in the water for the mangroves. Now, I showed you the groves earlier on the tape here, but here's how the roots grow, and they go right there in the water. And there's islands full of them all over the place. Now that we've been down there and we know the story about the old railroad track, there's the old railroad track and then the original old road was on top. After the hurricane that destroyed part of the railroad track, put in the road. See? Oh yes, there's one of the pieces missing. And of course we're on the big 4 lanes now that connect them all, the Keys. And we're heading back to the mainland. Okay, we are cruising down Route 41 here through the Everglades. And we're driving along and found a visitor spot that we could pull over to see these critters here. Just laying there basking in the sun. I'm standing on the other side of the water. And I hope none of them are over here on the shady side. I know, honey. The big one, look at him. He's huge. Huge. Where's his head at? Can't even see his head. Oh my God, he's huge. He's monstrous.
Yeah, he is. He's big one.
Now, let's see, how much water is between him and me? This much. There's the ground, right there.
25, 30 feet.
Okay. Now, we still haven't got a picture of the mouth here because he's hiding it in the weeds.
I wonder if you can see in the water and see those fish right there in front of you. Can you see those?
I don't think I'll be able to with the camera, hon.
Man, they're big.
So how
Those are
long is this?
2-footers.
How long is this guy laying over here?
I figure, let's see, probably 10 feet. Probably a 10-footer. There's no.
Right beside the road here, so you can hear the traffic. And another one. They're just enjoying this sunshine. Yes, indeed.
I think this. I don't know if this guy's got his head out of the water or what.
Okay, this one's just must have got too warm and decided to go in the water for a while. There he is.
Guy's looking right at you right there.
Who moved? Who moved? His eye opened up. Yeah. Yeah, the birds feeding on the fish. This water is just, it's solid fish. You can't see them with the camera, but oh man. People are along here just fishing, like wherever there's a turnout. There's 1 or 2 cars parked and people fishing.
No, he just came up there. He wasn't there before. He's huge, yes.
Oh my God. He's big. He's big. Bless you.
That's probably why he came. That's probably why he came out. He saw that one.
God, that thing is huge. Just see the rest of them. Can you imagine how big this thing is? I want him to jump in the water. Tell him, jump. Alligator?
The alligator jump.
Jump.
Alligator jump.
Like frog, jump.
Jump.
1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs.
Yeah, he's big. He's big.
Looks like he's smiling.
Swallow you right up.
Oh. He'd think I was sushi.
Yeah. Ain't kidding. Well, here we go. The other things coming out of it. This is looking out the front window naturally, and both sides, right side over here, alongside the road is the river, or the creek. You see the water full of alligators, and on the other side we have the same thing, only grass isn't quite as long, and there's water on this side also. So we're running right down the middle.
We just went by a place where there's campgrounds.
We just went by, yeah, a place with campgrounds.
And there's panthers back there.
And panthers, yes, panthers.
Not a good place to camp.
Yeah, not a good place to camp. You can lose your dog or cat or whatever easily.
Wife, husband.
You don't lose the you don't lose. Anyway, you'd be good chump meat.
are down at the big art festival in Naples, downtown Naples. And there is miles of everything under the sun. We found good food. I had a spinach pie and had a gyro. Beautiful, beautiful day. Lots of beautiful, crazy artwork. Well, here we are, January 16th, 2003. We're at Port Canaveral, Florida, and we are going to hopefully, in the near future, see a shuttle take off. We just drove over here from the RV, and we are here, and we are looking over at Kennedy. So the sun is nice and bright here. Around, all around here. Lots of people. Okay, now we're looking over at the Space Center over here. These buildings. Supposedly that's where they build them at. Now we haven't gone for the tour yet. We'll be doing that towards the end of the month. Okay. Here's one of the cruise ships down here. This is where the port is, where you come and get cruises. Okay, they're all the way down the road down here, all kinds of them. Okay, here we're looking at the Disney one. Have just discovered that I didn't see the ears up there on the stoke. Oh, pipes.
Zoom in on it?
Yeah. That's probably one Sister Charlene went on when they went on their cruise.
Mission Specialist Eliam Rimon, he's a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. In the Israeli Air Force, the first Israeli astronaut.
Copy, 5 minutes, 16 seconds.
That's good copy.
PLT is OTC, PLT, go ahead. Yes, sir. Clear hardware, caution, warning, memory, verify no unexpected errors.
See now. Yeah, I believe so. Basically, I got all the indication at time, and I would like to go on 10.6.
The second flight into space by astronaut Rick Husband, where he'll be the commander of STS-107 this morning. He also served as a pilot on board STS-96, which was a 10-day mission that saw the first shuttle docking with the International Space Station. Husband served as Chief of Safety for the astronaut office until his selection as commander for the STS-107 crew.
Data for crew updates, any further for 1025?
That's affirmative. We have one update.
Okay, and before we get into that, I'd like to give you and ISL, JRPS, and flight for down minus 50 for quarter activation. ISL, you copy? ISL copy. JRPS? JRPS. Okay, and flight that's for you, and then you can proceed with the data update.
As far as the number of flights into space, astronauts Anderson and Chihuahua will be making their second space flight. Anderson first flew on STS-89 in January of 1998. That was the 8th shuttle near docking mission. And also, Chihuahua flew on STS-87 in November of 1997.
Maybe, because the haze has cleared away out here even more now. Possibly that's what we're looking at there. We're as close as we can get with the camera here. Should be just a few more minutes.
Should be seeing smoke. There it is. See it? Wow, that's bright. Holy cow.
Es de queso.
We haven't heard the sound yet, have we? Oh, how neat. Look at that.
Yeah, what a flame, huh? You could mess up a whole package of hot dogs with that.
It's a Kevlar.
Full throttle, huh?
Now we hear the sound. Listen.
עכשיו אתם שומעים את
וואו.
רק עכשיו הקולות של התנועה של המנועים הגיעו אלינו.
Look how high up it is, and we're finally hearing the sound. Wow. Oh, look, there's a bird flying in front of it.
זה נראה כמו קצף, זה קצפת שבאו בהסקה.
Let's quick go down, 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 down in where they started here. This.
לא אמור ליפול משהו?
Nope, we lost the two rocket. You see them separate, Ginger?
Yeah.
Boosters are falling away.
See, that's where the smoke ended, is where they separated. Just a little dot way out there now. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the curl in that, huh?
Fuel tank, main engine operating normally. Columbia heading towards space on the first shuttle mission of the year. We're coming up on the point of negative return, where the shuttle will be too far downrange and too high in altitude to return to the launch site in the event of an engine failure.
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
Negative return. Well, copy, negative return. 4 minutes into the flight, Columbia already 147 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, 62 miles in altitude, traveling more than 5,000 miles an hour, on course and on time. For its orbit, 150 nautical miles above the Earth. And you're listening to launch coverage of Columbia here on the Talk to Me station, AM 920 WNEL. 39 with no problem. Here on the flight control room. 4.5 minutes into the flight, Columbia 200 miles downrange, traveling almost 6,000 miles an hour, 67 miles in altitude, everything looking very good on board. Crew of 7, this is the first launch of the shuttle, of course, for this year, 2003. The next launch will be coming up on March the 1st. President Jackson, APO.
Negotiate everything the ship says, and then find what's
There's where Hap is, right down there. See the little white t-shirts through the trees. That's where we sat.
control pulled off, indicating that should we lose any main engines, we can still make minimal orbital cutoff targets. However, all three main engines continue to function normally and in great shape. 3 good fuel cells, 3 good hydraulic power units. Columbia now 330 miles downrange, 70 miles in altitude, traveling almost 9,000 miles an hour as we approach the 6-minute mark into the flight.
Yep, just a little pin drop. Oh yeah.
Okay, here we are at a rest stop. We stopped to go to the bathroom. And here they are out walking these little characters. Loaded up in the cupboard. I come back. I'm checking my pocket mail, and here they are. They're sure little characters. Exercising because they're all in the trailers over here. Well, I just had a nice chat with the people. They're on their way to Perry, Georgia to a 4-H competition. And I got to meet them all. Old Venus and Blue and all kinds of different names. All neat. See, they're all on their way to a 4-H thing. Now, where's the black one up there? There's one that's all black, and I got a hug from him. That's Blue, and a kiss on the cheek. See? There he is.
You should have filmed them while they were doing that. While they were giving you a kiss.
Ah, look at that. See, here they come up there. They gotta get out and go potty. They're all piddling, yeah. Hi there.
Hi there.
Look where we're at.
Look like we're having fun, right?
I know. Look at this.
Cool today.
Yes.
It's not
But
typical Florida weather.
no.
But it's sunny.
Sunshine.
It's nice.
Sunshine. Okay. Here he comes.
Here comes Terry.
Okay.
Here I come.
Now we can go all around here. Now this is Richard and Barbara's place.
You don't have to stand still.
Hawthorne, Florida. You go ahead, I'll follow you out.
Okay.
And here's the lake. And we're just slowly going to go all the way around here and show you this is all of them. They have 320 feet of lakefront. And there's all their beautiful plants and everything here. So we're going to go out by the water and then I'll come zoom in back on the house.
Or
Really?
Maybe the 90s even.
Really? No kidding.
Yeah, it's just like
Wow.
Okay, now here we go. Here's the pet bird out here. He's watching for lunch there. Okay, we're going to go around now. What's the name of the lake?
Star
Lake.
All
Star
right.
Lake.
Okay.
It came from.
From all the different points on it, I think.
Okay, all the way around. Yes.
So how I can't even see the bottom. How deep is this right here?
Not very deep.
About this deep right here.
Oh, that's.
Oh, I'm not even sure it's in.
It's weird. You can't even see the bottom of it.
Yeah, it's
The cement.
Well, it's like the dark water up in.
dark water lake.
Well, they have those like in Michigan. They said the hard water creates that from the roots and the dye.
This is from all the drainage from the
Mm-hmm.
tannic acid.
There's the house. There, their home. And you see we got windows in every room that look out here at the water. They've lived here about 8 years.
Like, talk about Michigan, like Chiquaman and
See, here we just walked out on the pathway, and they put this pathway in, and the ferns,
Well, I do.
and all this out here.
They stay down here. Before they built this house next door, they used to stay out at this point a lot.
Now they were talking about the deer that came down here and ate some of the stuff. So see, right back over there, we're still looking at the house right over there. Okay? And they said they have 2 paths, one going each way out here along the lake.
They don't like those too well because they only taste.
The lemon deer.
We're gonna have to get.
Look at the size of these lemons. And they planted this lemon tree
Now there's a lemon.
There's a lemon.
And that's even a small one.
That's a small one, really.
Wow.
That's a small one?
Yeah.
Oh, the bigger ones?
Oh, yeah.
This is today. It's called frozen lemonade.
Maybe I picked all the big ones.
Oh man, I could see biting into this. This is good.
He likes
They're
to eat 'em.
they're mild. They're not
I know it. I
as
like
they're
it.
not as tart. It's called a ponderosa lemon.
I like eating lemons.
Okay, well,
Where's the grapefruit at?
The grapefruit are in there. We picked them all, but I'll give you some of those.
There's Richard. He's back there picking.
This one's a little bigger, but
Look
we've
at
had
this.
some bigger than that, too.
Our granddaughters get the biggest kick out of the lemons. They love them because they're so big.
Yes.
They get the biggest kick out of them.
Oh yeah, this is. Yeah, that is a little bit bigger. Whoa, Reed.
It's not bananas, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We
Okay.
had them in the campground when we were down there
At Key West.
Yeah.
where we were at.
Yeah, look at this. They
And
have
those-
their own fruit.
Believe it or not, those freeze clear back to the ground every winter. That's 1 year's growth.
Yeah.
No way. Look at this. 1 year?
I mean,
Yeah.
down south of Key West, they won't freeze to the ground, but up here, they'll freeze back.
And then he just cut them all off.
And see, over there was the tangent.
And again, I throw those things
Sorry.
over in the woods, the ones I
Area
cut
here.
down, and they sprout.
Oh. So we just came up the other path and on the other side here.
Property on the side of you or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
but nobody
they
does
don't-
anything with
They're
that
not
one.
going to do anything with it. They have no plans on doing anything with it.
These
They're
are
not
bay
over here.
leaf
They just
trees.
bought it.
They've owned it for 20 years.
Yeah.
I will. Okay, here we go. I'm going to come up on the front now. This is coming in their driveway. Their driveway. There's the lake back out there behind. Over here is where the fruit trees we just came from, right there by this truck and car. Yeah. Okay, and here we are coming up to the front of their house. Front of their house. They're on the other side of the palm tree here. There's a pretty palm that's out the front window.
I'll get a
Yeah. Out there, on the other side.
Ginger.
Hi. Look at Johnny.
Ours aren't that bad, are they?
Johnny. Oh,
this is
Hap's picking on his because Hap has one too. It's just not quite
He
as.
bought that. I said, I don't want that. I said, that makes me old. I don't want that.
Ours is about.
Look at, and here's her kitchen and the computer over here. Okay, we're getting ready to call up and talk to Paul,
Change the.
Lori.
Okay, what? Do I have a pencil and paper?
Sure.
I got a marker pencil.
There we go.
This he can put on this, can he?
Come in the front door and you look out at the beautiful lake. Little screened-in porch and all their pretty plants. Oh, pretty. Pretty.
They're putting a new light in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you bet you that. You see now the new ones are laser lights. They got it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they can put them.
We're down in the
put
town
them
of
3
Punch,
miles that way, in the
Florida.
middle of town,
Yeah.
and it'll send a light brighter than this is out. Then you have to put them on the water. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. Oh yeah, especially if it's.
Okay, here we are. Everybody turn around and say hello. Hello. There he is. All right. There's the prism light that was on the top of the lighthouse. Now they're putting a new one up there.
Too bad they didn't do that with some of the other lighthouses we've been in.
Yeah, this one is quite, we've got a lot of lighthouses. This is the most spectacular.
Beautiful.
This looks like the best one.
Okay, Hap just tossed this dry tortilla out the window. And we're down here at Salt Springs in Florida. Oh, he must have seen me. He was sitting right in the middle of it. He'll be back. There's so many here. Hundreds and hundreds of them all over there. Running up down the back of the ladder, on the bumpers of trucks. Everywhere. I'm gonna hop like a... Okay, we sat down and had lunch.
In a minute.
Now, this is what's left of the tortilla. We don't know what happened. There's a whole bunch of them out here chasing around, running around, and he's just eating away.
There's 1, 2,
Somebody
3, 4,
tried
5, 6,
taking it
7,
away.
8 of them out there.
Yeah, somebody tried taking it, one of the squirrels tried taking it away from him, and he took off, and he ran away, and he ran around the tree. Look at him, hold it and eat it. He says, where's the salsa, where's the beans, and where's the eggs? Okay, here's one. Here's another one. Now we don't know what happened out here while we ate lunch, but see, they're all over the place out here. You just munching away.
Oh, we may have a fight here.
Look at the close-up shot I got of him, hon. Oh, the tree went. They're cutting in. They're coming close. Where'd he go? He's too fast. I can't keep him. I'm out of here with my tortilla. There he's sitting on the branch up there finishing his tortilla before his buddies get it away from him. Oh my word. How cute.
So they can't get to you. And we recently ranked highest in customer satisfaction among internet service providers from JD Power and Associates. Where do they keep coming from? Switch now and also get Earthlink's new.
Okay, wheat bread. Couldn't keep track of him. He moves so fast. Hap's standing outside watching him. Don't know if this is the same one that had the tortilla or not. They are the busiest little characters all the day long out here. Cold out there. Getting all my clothes on to go outside. Oh, I guess he thinks he wants privacy over here. Okay, this is Lake Kerr. And this is at Salt Springs, Florida. January 2003. Beautiful lake. And we came down here and we watched a beautiful sunset and we played some miniature golf. In fact, we've been down here, I think 3 times now playing miniature golf. Probably have one more game this afternoon before we head out tomorrow morning. Back down to Claremont. They got all kinds of nice cabins. I mean, lots of cabins this part. It's a big clubhouse down there. All the RV sites are behind us here. There's 400 of them. Big. This is where we saw the cranes, sand cranes, and they take off at night and they fly around and quack and squawk and make all kinds of racket, and they go over and roost over there on the other side of the lake in the trees. And then my understanding is in early morning they come back out the same way. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful day. This is where we've had 3 nights of probably weather down around 20 degrees, and of course it was breaking all kinds of records. And I'm in all the clothes that I used to wear in Crestline. But this afternoon is warm and sunny. Beautiful. Okay, and here's all the big trees with all the moss hanging from them. Yeah. This is the miniature golf over here. 18 holes out there. And there's swings and chairs and fireplace things out here by the water. Pretty. There we are. There's a pretty lake over there. All the way around. And we're in between the town of Daytona and Ocala. One's on 95 and one's on 75. And away we go tomorrow. We're going south. And there's less trees and it should be warmer because we have more sunshine all day long. So we're looking forward to being warm. Okay, we're in Orlando, Thousand Trails. Now these 2 birds, I'm not even sure what their names are. But you know, some people have gophers that destroy the lawn. These 2 here can rip up an area pretty good size, and see what it's doing? It's looking for grubs. And it pulls out big hunks of grass and stuff with it. And in front of the clubhouse, which is just across the road here, the clubhouse, they have a big area over there that is like their favorite spot. Well, I'll tell you, they can just... And they see, they're right across the road from where our RV is at. People don't bother them much. Not even sure what would make them fly away. They have that red on the top of them. Anyhow, well, the warm weather finally found us down here in Florida. We're in the 70s. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Beautiful. Like this spot. We're right across from the clubhouse. They're going to come over here on the other side of the road by us. We are a couple of unique characters, that's for sure. Way up here. I guess there's about 500 sites in this place. Pretty good size. Okay, there's a manatee. He's just hanging out there in the water in the sunshine. He probably not even come up and say hello. Okay, let's zoom out here and see what all we're looking at. We are at Blue Spring Park in Florida by Orange City, which is about straight across from Daytona. We drove in about 30 miles. Uh-huh. All the stuff on the trees. Okay. This is the St. Johns River. It's a place where the manatees come when the weather's cold because they need temperature about 68 degrees. Turn over for it. Get it, Fred?
Did you get them up there?
Yeah. Actually moving. It's okay. I'm the one you guys get to look at today. The rest all took the day off.
Is this where they have the shower?
Where's your own mover?
Oh, we roll over and we roll back the other way.
That's his exercise, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you come up out of the water.
Funky looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going down again. When you're with it, they picture naturally.
Let the fish swim. Okay, here's a little one laying beside the big one. Now this is spring-fed water in here, and it keeps it 72 degrees. And that's what they're doing here, staying warm. Oh, they're all laying there in the water on the... about 20 of them here. Lined up.
Little here for them to eat. They must venture back into the river to find food. Each adult, which may be 10 feet in length and weigh over a ton, will eat up to 200 pounds of eelgrass and water hyacinths each day. They're sometimes called sea cows because they eat only aquatic plants. After feeding for a while, they return to the spring run to rest and get warm. Manatees have developed a complex means of talking with each other by producing a variety of sounds, most of which are understood only by the manatees themselves. Let's listen. The ancestors of the manatee were quite different from the animals we see today. Most of us know what whales, dolphins, seals, and walruses look like. And because of the manatee's similar shape and movements, we may assume they're related. However, this is not so. Scientists have learned from 40-million-year-old fossilized bones that the manatee shares a common ancestor with the elephant, its closest living relative. Like the elephant, the manatee has hair growing from thick, rough skin. They also have the same dense, heavy bones, and no marrow, and 3 or 4 toenails, similar to the elephants at the end of.
Okay, this is the spring. This is where the water comes out of the ground. What is it? 104 million gallons a day? And that's last year's rain, which has come through the ground. Worked its way out. 72 degrees, comes out of here. Got one scuba diver out there swimming around. Few fish, but there's not a lot of plant food because there's no oxygen, or there's no oxygen because there's no plant. That's how it works. Let's get back to biology here. Anyhow, pretty. So this is the beginning of the spring, and we were down further where we saw the critters in the water, and it goes out into the St. Johns River.
Get here for.
This is a little one right here.
Look how cute. Oh my god. Oh, Joyce, did you get...
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. And now my camera won't do.
Now he's coming right up to say hi
Shoot,
to
my
us. Huh?
camera, I should have waited.
I took one, but he just put his head down.
Okay, let's see if this big guy's going to come up here and say hi. They have to come up about every 15 minutes. Yeah, see him?
Got him.
The slower they move, the less time they have to come up.
Big this one.
Yeah. That must be Mama there. They hang around Mom for up to 2 years. 60 pounds when they're born. They nurse on a milk under the front fins. And they roll around. What am I looking at now, Daryl?
That's your vipers, not vipers.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're getting a little hot out there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, see the smiles on their faces as they come around the turn. Now it's coming along the back stretch into the final turn. Those rubbers, ladies and gentlemen. The Dodge
You too can come to us this way.
SRT-10 taking the track right now is the Dodge SRT-4, a fast and furious little street ride featuring a 2.4-liter dual overhead cam, 16-valve, turbocharged 4-cylinder.
All right, here we are. We are at Daytona. Look at this beautiful weather.
All right.
Okay, here's where we just came in on International Boulevard, right here. Okay, we're heading across the bridge. This is a new one that they just built. Walkway goes across the boulevard. Okay, here we are.
Sign.
How about 19 cents a gallon? 19 cents a gallon. Okay, let's go and fill up. That's where they're racing.
4.1 miles.
excited for them yet. So.
I'm sorry. Thank y'all for coming to check us out.
I want to start off talking about qualifying. Went very well. Still running quick in a practice today, so everything's going pretty well for you.
Yeah, we qualified fourth, which means we'll start beside Dale Jr. in the second 125 tomorrow. And we had a good car in practice today, so we're very optimistic about our chances of repeating our win that we had last year in the 125.
Michael, I noticed in the last practice today we had a couple of cars at 190 miles an hour. Are the cars going to get quicker, do you think?
Oh, probably not. Practice, sometimes you're able to suck up and do things that you can't do when the race starts. Guys pull out of the pits and you get a drag from them. So the speeds will be down to
Hello, I'm Bill France, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of International Speedway Corporation. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to Daytona International Speedway. True for him and for the drivers and race fans everywhere. 41,000 people attended that historic race. Since then, Daytona International Speedway has become an American institution.
Stretch a distance of 250 feet. They connect Bill France Boulevard with Ian Field. The tunnels are the only way in or out of the superspeedway during practice, testing, qualifying, and racing events. The Daytona 500 is known as the Great American Race. It's a big race in a large place. Many people are amazed at how massive the Speedway truly is. The Speedway rests on 480 acres. 1 million cubic yards of dirt was used to construct the high banks for the track's first Daytona 500 in 1959. The racing surface has been resurfaced once in 1979.
Tunnels come through underneath turn 4. We're going to be rolling from turn 4 toward 3. 31-degree banking through the turns. 30 feet yellow apron line at the bottom, the white line at the top. NASCAR will come through here quite often. Pretty wide. Excess of fire. Couple ways to experience the high banks today. Acceleration.
At Daytona International Speedway,
they're both inside the track there in Three laps of motion, tire variety. Yeah, realistically, looking up on the high banks. Filming was done right around the speedway. Acceleration alleys is here. Behind the wheel with one forward, racing When you race, you get a computerized sheet that gives you lap times and speeds. So you can compare them with anyone that made it up. The other cars are smaller and stacked up.
And so is Mike McLaughlin.
At about mid-April, the schedule went out here. Mid-April, the Richard Petty driving.
The story this is, for those of you not familiar,
Cars will be back in here. They bring several cars to the passenger side seats. They offer rides around the speedway as it
they were supposed to be sponsored by Wired.
Normally about mid-April to the end of September, early October.
All the races for the 2003 season, and somehow, somebody, between testing and now,
a couple of weeks they should have that scheduled already.
As a matter of fact, the cars were repossessed.
They also sold gift certificates where they read, if you know a race fan needs a gift.
All of a sudden, Mike
Tent City beside the track.
chat going on. All of a sudden, Mike McLaughlin came down here with the number 39 car that he got from Jay Robinson Racing, the gentleman that provides the cars for Derek. And Bill, another thing we've noticed this year in the series, we have a few more Dodges out there this year.
This end of the speedway during a NASCAR event is referred to as Tent City, and as you can see why. Down in 1 and 2, they get a lot of big motor coaches down there. They refer to that
The
as
satellite dish that I'm on top.
Champagne Lane. You'll see that when we get down there. Well, we may not even be able to get in down there. We'll see. Far. And there's a ton of them outside, turn 1 and 2, motor coaches, RVs of all sorts back there waiting to come in. After the practice session's over tonight, they'll open the gates up and we'll bring them in. Way down the far end, down near turn 2, there's an opening up to the green. Just beyond it is where the transport truck series runs. Right between these trucks here, you see the transport truck series. Over to the right of us. We're going to, on the way back, we're going to try and get over there close. That's about the only garage area that's overflow garage area. It's about the only garage area that we'll be able to get fairly close to. There's 2 roof garages, 1 open air garage, towards it. Right, straight across from here is where the Winston Cup garages are. Between those two garage areas, there's enough parking on the roof for 164 cars, and in that area where the truck series are, that's the overflow garage during speed weeks. Hoodie's Dash was in there first in 1994. They put in 4,000 permanent seats at that time, and it's been growing ever since. Normally, for the NASCAR event, from this roadway right here down this area down ahead of us is all the coaches out of action in those two. Congratulations.
Boogity, 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 all week long.
He went to the aerial shots on any real estate visible.
The speed record here at Daytona is held by NASCAR. We're going to stop in a little bit. We're going to get off the bus over there, right there to your left, right there, and we're going to get off the bus and take pictures of all the buses. Above that is 2.5 feet of hydraulic fill, which is very fine sand and dirt packed down very tightly. On top of that is 3 feet of graded limestone packed down very tightly. But on top is Alabama River Rock, approximately, I would say about 16 inches of it. Now that's very, very important to have that Alabama Tennessee River Rock. An unfueled shuttle, here we go here folks, take a look at what I got in my hand here. An unfueled shuttle weighs about 3.2 million pounds. It is held down right here by the aft skirts. There are 4 holes in each aft skirt. And we take 8 posts, 28 inches long, 3.5 inches in diameter, and we put those posts down in those holes in the aft skirt with a 16-pound nut on bottom and a 16-pound nut on top. Would you believe that that is all that holds down 3.2 million pounds to the mobile launching platform and nothing else? It's important, folks, because if the tracks of the core were to go over this hard surface right here, the vibration would break those bolts and we would lose the shuttle. But that Alabama River Rock totally eliminates the vibration, and those little pebbles you see right there become dust. Yep. They were keep replacing, that's right.
Takes totally
okay, now,
12 hours to get out
they
of
moving on us? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Oh, there it is, over there, okay.
So we're going to go out and see that.
We have 2 car transporters made in Marion, Ohio by Marion Power Shuttle Company. They were transported here by freight, I think it was. In any case, we had to put it together. It took a year to put it together. Each of the car transporters cost about $6 million to replace them. Then they would be over $100 million, I'm sure, each one. It's moving, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
Would you like to talk about
Hurry up, quick.
Moving track of that transporter folks are turning very, very slowly. They're getting back toward the vehicle assembly building area. The transporter weighs 6 million pounds. It carries a 12 million pound load when it carries our space shuttle out of the launch area.
Casey, do you want to see
But to be tracking the transporter, each cleat in that track weighs 1 ton. It requires 57 cleats to make one track. And there are 8 tracks on each transporter. Each cleat weighs 1 ton. Up above the track, you notice the great pipes of black hoses. That's part of a hydraulic leveling system that allows the transporter to raise and lower its deck as much as 6 feet. The transporter is then able to drive underneath our mobile launcher platform that rests on 6 large poles called support pedestals. Then jack or raise that platform up in the air above the support pedestals and carry it from one location to another. When the transporter carries a mobile launcher platform with our space shuttle standing on top, we'll keep that shuttle standing vertically level, straight up and down, all the way out and up onto the launch pad. The top flat neck of the transporter is about the size of an infield of a baseball diamond. Now, the transporter is diesel electric powered. It has 2 main diesel engines, one located at either end of it, and each diesel produces 2,750 horsepower. The diesels operate smaller electric generators, which produce the electricity to turn the big track. Normal operating speed for our transporter, unload level here today, is a whole 2 miles an hour. When the space shuttle is standing on top, less than 1 mile per hour. You see the driver control cab there on your left. If you walk diagonally across the transporter from that control cab, you will find an identical one. When we get out to the launch pad, we did not try to turn that transporter around. They know they cannot do that. So they simply change control cabs and reverse the direction of travel. A transporter requires an operating crew of some 20 engineers and technicians, and the driver sits in the glass-enclosed cab facing the direction of travel. They always have a ground crew of about 12 people that are walking under and around that transporter. Like you see over there right now, they're watching the bearings in the bottom of those big track fishes when they become overheated. They'll also listen for any abnormal sounds that may indicate a problem is about to occur. Now, they're in radio contact with the operator of the transporter at all times, and they also assist the driver or operator as they make those turns necessary to go out to the launch pad. There are two of these big transporters. You saw the other one earlier as we were coming out here, some of the giant vehicle assembly building. Built back in the early 1960s for the Apollo program. They carried all of those giant Saturn V rockets out to the launch pad that we used to put our Americans on the moon's surface. And today to carry our space shuttle vehicles to their launch site. But no, that transporter gets a pretty good mileage, doesn't it?
It sure does. It gets 35 feet per gallon when it's lowered down and 43 feet per gallon when it's unloaded, like it is right now. And it gets about 1 mile per hour and 2 miles per hour as it is right there. Now, off in the distance to our left is Pad 39B. That was actually built in 1960 and MM Sun Company from Tucson, Arizona. Now, take a look on top. You see that lightning rod up there? That's an 80-footer fiberglass lightning rod. Now, Alan Shepard's rocket over at Cape Canaveral on pad number 5 was an 83-footer, his original rocket. That lightning rod is 3 feet shorter, folks. Just to give you an idea of this comparison between the launch pads. This is a big launch pad here. Underneath of the lightning rod is the fixed service structure that used to be called the Launch Umbilical Tower. It's 347 feet tall. On this side is the rotating service structure. It moves. On each leg is an 8-wheel truck. You're going to see the yellow cab here in just a moment. But the 2 8-wheel trucks sit on a railroad track on an axis of 120 degrees. It cocoons the odor and protects it from lightning and hail and birds and things like that. Matter of fact, that mobile launcher platform you see right here on the launch pad, that was the same one we launched Columbia on not too long ago. Now, you're going to notice a 5% incline right here. That's because of the flame trench. We have to have a flame trench. This pad here is 48 feet above sea level. If you dig down into the ground to actually build a flame trench, it ends up filling up with seawater. We couldn't do that. We had to build the flame trench up off the ground. So the crawler has got to raise its tail as it goes up that ramp right there to make sure that that shuttle is perfectly level. It takes 1 hour to get up there. And by the way, notice that the pad's facing north here. Now, the flame trench is on the other side. It's 42 feet deep, 450 feet long, and 58 feet wide. And the flame shoots through that trench at 6,500 miles per hour at a temperature of about 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. Now, I want you to take a notice up there. Notice that big, wide cavity with that split right down the middle of it. Remember we talked about a canister with a payload earlier? We're going to pull up that canister into that cavity with a crane. The doors match each other. We open the doors simultaneously. Once those doors open inwardly, it exposes 5 floors that are adjustable on an elevator shaft. We take the payload, put it on one of those floors, and then we shut the doors. Lower the canister and move it out of the way. And then we bring the shuttle up, and once the shuttle is on the launch pad, we rotate that rotating service structure around and cocoon the shuttle while it's on the launch pad. And while the shuttle is cocooned, we open its doors with those doors, and we put the payload on board. Now, right here to the left is the oxidizer for the nitrogen tetroxide of the hydraulic fuel. And off to your forward left is a big white ball containing around 850,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. Now, there's an outer ball and an inner ball, and there's a 3-foot gap between the two, and the inner ball is made out of perlite. That's that stuff from the center of the earth, and that's the secret for storing cold things like hydrogen for long periods of time. Now, Dick, what about that water tower there? What do we use it for, sir?
Well, that water tower contains some 300,000 gallons of water, and it's set free of just seconds before we start the main engines on the orbiter for launch. The water sprays over top the mobile launcher platform to protect it from the searing heat as the shuttle rises off the top of it. But most of the water goes down into the bottom of that flame trench and is used to absorb and suppress much of the noise and shock waves that are occurring in that launch into space. If you have a dry plane trench, that noise level or shock waves can hit the bottom of it like a basketball, bounce back up in the air and possibly hit our space shuttle as it's rising into space. We didn't want that to happen, so we started filling the plane trench full of water prior to the launch itself. Even with all that water flowing, some 300,000 gallons for about 20 seconds, the noise level will still reach 174 decibels at liftoff.
Now, over to the left, folks, you're going to see 4 lightning rods. That's the boundary line between Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. That's pad 41. That big tall chantry in the back there, that's where we assembled the Atlas V. By the way, that pad used to be a Titan launch pad one time. Do you remember the Vikings that landed on Mars astronaut on a shuttle was ever launched? Remember Sergeant Krikalev? He was launched right here. How about Sally Ride? Y'all remember Sally? She was launched right here initially. Also Catherine Sullivan, she was on TV a few days ago. Catherine Sullivan was the first female American astronaut that ever worked in a spacesuit out in space. Chaki Mukai was the first Japanese astronaut launched right over there. And Guy Bluford was the first Afro-American ever launched into space. He was launched right there on pad 8. The first 24 shuttle launches were launched right there. Also, remember Skylab for Europe? That was launched right there. And our Skylab, the initial one, was launched right there. And also, most of your launches to the moon were launched right there, all except for Apollo 10. Apollo 10 was the only launch that went to the moon from that other pad right down there, pad B. So that means that Neil Armstrong was launched right there too. Remember Neil Armstrong? Okay, now between the two launch pads is 1.6 miles to give you an idea of the area. In just a moment here, you're going to see the flame trench coming into view. And are there any alligators over here, sir? There were some on the banks yesterday. I saw 2 of them. Or was it 3 there yesterday? What is our territorial? This is an area of a fierce battle between alligators. Right down here about, I say 40, maybe 50 yards right there to your left, I saw a 9-footer swallowing a 7-footer. Boy, it was the most gruesome thing I ever saw. And I learned to respect alligators that day. There's the flame trench coming into view right there. But remember, it shoots through that trench at 6,500 miles per hour at a temperature of about 3,600 degrees. And by the way, I'm told, now I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm told that the temperature of the sun is around 6,000 degrees. Is that right? Does anybody know? So that's about half the temperature.
Last time I checked it.
And I'm not sure if that's right at all. It's hot. It's not hotter than that, is it? Yeah, I think it's not hot. Much hotter than that, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't sound like 6,000 degrees. That's what somebody told me. Okay, now we're going to stop at the AV camera stop down here, folks. And we're going to get off the bus. Now, once we stop, please do me a favor. Do not go past the roped area. And when we get to the top of the hill, do not go beyond the handrails, because security will be monitoring everything we do. Now, coming up is pad 39B. We launched our oldest astronaut from that launch pad in 1998. John Glenn, 77-year-old astronaut, folks. And, by the way, Eileen Collins is supposed to be the commander of STS number 114, the next launch to the space station. She was launched right there 3 times, the last time as a commander. She's the only female commander we've got right now. And I understand Pamela Milroy is trying to become a commander now, too. Also, Shannon Lucid, remember her up at Mir for about 188 days, was launched right over there on pad B. Now let's get off the bus here. I think I'm going to take my jet. The fuel flow. Look right there on the concrete. You see those 3 points? That's where the tripod was with the camera mounted on top years ago. And now we do have electricity out here, so we have a modern camera. It's usually here, for some reason they've moved it. Now if you were standing here on launch day the way you are right now, you would die, because your blood would quit flowing here and your heart would probably stop. I'm sure your ears would be suffering awful. You're probably going to come a mile away. The closest safest distance is 3.5 miles away, as you are right now. And that would be over by the Duke Center building. And by the way, there's enough power on the shuttle, the power, the dynamic power, would be equivalent to 238,000 pounds of TNT. So if there would be a problem, an explosion, it would throw debris for close to 3 miles. That's what the estimate, that's kind of about right, that's what I think is true. But you would be safe. But if they even have louvers on the building over there, if you notice that, they could accept the first that doesn't count. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now on your shoulder is 18 pounds per square inch going up to infinity. They call that 1G. By the time you clear that lightning rod, you're going over 100 miles an hour, but you're actually at 1.6 G. So you've over doubled your weight in less than 7 seconds. And 3 seconds after you clear the lightning rod, launch control is through here in Florida, and mission control and mission protection takes over. And the mission control takes over, the astronauts screaming for whatever they're going to do from Texas. We're only launch control, but they turn the astronauts there. So what do we want to do? We're going to take over. You see that big building? You see those 4 light lines with that big gantry right in the middle of it? That's pad 40. That's the largest movable gantry in the world. And that's still a Type 4B launch pad. The next launch from there will be no earlier than March. We're going to be launching the 6th Millstar. I understand those Millstars cost about $2 billion a piece. They're extremely important, so we've got to take our time with it. So it's important. Now, the one way down there, pad 37, being the one you see that big gantry down there, pad 37B, that's where we launched a brand new Boeing Delta 4 that you put something down. Well, that's only 5 versions of it. 3 versions of the Atlas rocket. There used to be 5, but it's 3. The next launch, the pad 37, will be no earlier than March also. But the Atlas V that's going to be launched right here will be launched on March 14th. We're taking up the Hela, which is a Greek satellite for telecommunication activity. Okay, now from these 2 launch pads we went to the moon. The Challenger on its last launch, the 10th launch, was on that over pad B. Then we lost the Challenger. How many times did we get to the moon? 9 times. That's right. We got 9 times. We landed 6 times, but 3 times we did not land. Can you tell me the 3 times of the Apollo missions that we did not land? You know one for sure because you were Tom Hanks. Apollo 13, 8, and 10. Believe it or not, 9 didn't work. Did you know that? Apollo 9 used the Saturn V rocket, but they went around the Earth to test out the spider, they called it. That was the one that became the lunar excursion. And also the gumdrop, which was the command module. They tested that here before it was complete. Then Apollo 10 did it again. Now Apollo 10 was right there, and Eugene Cernan was on board, folks. Remember that? When they got to the moon, Eugene Cernan took the color camera out, and we had never seen anything in color from the moon before with a color camera, with the astronauts anyway. And in any case, he took that camera out and showed them documents, which I thought was pretty interesting. But I had a black and white TV set. You probably did too. And then he took that camera and turned it to the Earth, and for the first time, those of you who had color television sets could see the Earth in living color. Now, I didn't have that opportunity, but it was still pretty impressive anyway. That was Eugene Cernan that did that. Also, the first time we went to the moon was Apollo 8. We went around the moon 8 times. This was at Christmas time in 1968. Some of you remember that. On the first orbit around the moon, Frank Borman prayed and blessed the whole Earth. He was the commander. On the 9th orbit, Bill Anders, who was the guy who took those beautiful pictures of the Earth and the moon at the same time, he was the first to do that. The other astronauts did it too. But he started reading Genesis, if you remember. And then the other guys finished up the first 10 verses. And then on the 10th orbit around the moon, on the last orbit, as they saw the Earth coming into view, that was Christmas morning. And you know, folks, Frank Borman, I just can't believe it. He looks so serious all the time. Do you know what he said? He says, "Please be informed, there is a Santa Claus." The first words out of his mouth. And you know, if you know Frank
Around the pad so that the entire launch pad is bathed in its cameras. These cameras are unmanned and remotely controlled by our launch control team some 3.5 miles away at the Launch Control Center. They're actually the eyes of our launch control team. NASA also uses some of those cameras to allow members of our press in the press facility some 3.5 miles back. Spanish shows close-up views of the shuttle we see standing here at the launch pad just prior to liftoff and the liftoff itself. But no one is out here at the launch pad at the time of the launch except for the astronaut crew. Everyone else is kept 3.5 miles back to the launch operations.
It's a bunker with an orange sock on top, and they go for the bunker if nobody's hurt. But if someone is hurt, there's an M113 Albert personnel carrier sitting right next to the bunker. The back hatch is open, and it's idling, so they don't have to turn on that key and make a beeline to the helicopter pad. There's a helicopter pad right there to your right.
Launch our methods to the moon surface. And today the barge brings in the orange-colored external fuel tank for our space shuttle program. The fuel tank is the largest part of the shuttle configuration. It's 154 feet tall and some 27 feet in diameter, and holds liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for the shuttle to remain engines during the launch. Once unloaded from the barge, the fuel tanks taken into that giant vehicle assembly building where they are inspected and then stored until they're needed for one of our shuttle launches. On the left, you can see the press facilities where members of our news media from all over the world gathered to report the launching of our shuttle orbiters on those journeys into space. Now this is as close as they will allow anyone to get to the launch pad during the launch, and we're now located some 3.5 miles away. The American flag, as you know right there, folks, is 209 feet long and 110 feet wide.
Okay, go back and get me with my son, please.
Well, it's funny, when she gave me the camera, she gave it to me, it was already on. So I don't know what we videoed, so we must have had all kinds of pictures of the ground when she was doing this. Oh yeah, that's my girl.
Okay, that's good.
Doorway.
A people door. Point that reference point out, would you? That's a people door, and from that one little door, that will give them an idea of how big the building actually is. So that'll help a lot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we assemble a shuttle, the crawler transporter goes underneath of the mobile launcher platform and picks it up and takes it into the east side there, to one of those two doors. Inside the building are pedestals that are 22 feet high, 6 of them. We set the mobile launcher platform down on in, then the crawler lowers itself and backs out, then we shut the doors. By the way, those doors are 73 tons each. The lateral one, 32 tons each. We shut the doors. And then everything starts out either in that door right there or on the west side of the building. Now the first thing we do is stack the boosters. We bring in the solid fuel into that east side, west side there. We've got 71 cranes inside there. 2 of them are bridge cranes that are 250 tons. We bring those down and pick up one segment at a time. Take it over to the east side and lower it on those platforms, and we stack the boosters first. Now once we get the boosters assembled, then we take the external tank, put that door there, or we might have one already ready. But in any case, we take it to the west side, inspect it, pick it up with a crane, take it over to the east side and lower it in position. Now we have bolts about that big. They're 125 pounds. There's nuts on each end and explosive charges right behind those nuts. And it's made out of nickel, stainless steel, and titanium. We use 8 of those, 3 at the base on each side, 1 at the top on each side. And that takes about, I'd say, 4 weeks to assemble the 2 boosters and to add the external tank. After we do that, we go over to 2, 1, or 3, and we pick up the orbiter. We tow it over to the west side, and we put a yellow vest on it. We bring that bridge crane down and pick it up. Take it up to the ceiling. Now we have to go over a little aisle to the other side. When we do that, we take the wings of the orbiter and put it at a 45-degree angle so we can get through there. Then once we get to the other side, we lower it in position, and we use 1 bolt at the top. It's about 160 pounds, a little bit bigger than the ones at the bottom. 2 retractable bolts at the base, and 2 17-inch fuel lines for the liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen located at the base section of the wing area. And then it only takes 3 to 5 days to add the orbiter, so it's about 1 month and 5 days to assemble a shuttle, and then we take it out to the launch pad. When we try to do this 1 month ahead of the launch, so that's about 2 months, isn't it? And the reason why we do it that way, we have to go through millions of different systems we got to check out, and not only that, we got to connect our pressure hoses, our electrical connections, our fuel lines, and everything like that. Go through each test of each section, and that takes a while. But after a month's time, we should have everything ready to go for a launch. And then 2 weeks prior to the launch, we bring the astronauts here for a terminal countdown demonstration test, which is a fancy name for a dress rehearsal. And while they're here, they learn how to drive an M113 Armored personnel carrier, which I told you about. But once they get into the cockpit of the orbiter, they're only up there for about 3.5 hours to practice for the sequence of a launch, and then they're experienced. They do this in Texas too, folks, but then they feel like they're experienced, and then after we do that, we send them back to Texas, and they fly back about 4 days in front of the launch in their T-38 jets, and we get them ready to go.
And so that's the story of how we do that little project.
That's a good one.
After the flight path.
The Apollo Saturn V Center, we're going to be reporting coming now here, folks. So before you leave the bus, you should check everything over very carefully. Make sure you take all your personal belongings with you. The Apollo Saturn V Center is dedicated to the Apollo program. You see an actual Saturn V moon rocket in this building, identical to the rockets we used to launch on there from the surface.
NASA and the Kennedy Space Center, we want to welcome you here to the Apollo Saturn V Center. In our exhibit hall, you'll find it is the home of many items pertaining to the Apollo program. Along with our massive Saturn V rocket, you'll see the lunar rover, the Apollo lunar and command module. We also have a space rock, which is on display located at the Moon Rock Cafe. If you want to touch one, it's located near the entrance to the Lunar Theater. We also invite you to view Neil Armstrong's historic first landing on the moon, and that's located at the Lunar Theater, which is at the nose end of the Saturn V rocket. Upon completion of this pre-show presentation, the door is straight.
I think somebody said those were each about 7 feet in diameter. I'm not sure. Yeah. Look at this one here. Okay, now what am I looking at here? I mean, what is this one? What was it called again?
Well, this is the one unused Saturn one. This was 19.
Okay.
Remember you said 18 was in Houston, 19 was here.
Okay.
So this was the last of the whole Saturn program, never used.
Okay, now we go all the way down.
What's that?
Okay, we start at that end. And we come all the way down here. Okay, here's the details on the crawler, the one we videoed earlier about it. Length 131 feet 4 inches, width 114 feet, height 20 to 26 feet adjustable, weight 6 million pounds, load capacity 12 million, maximum speed 1 mile an hour loaded, 2 miles an hour unloaded.
Yeah, see there, it's coming out the side there.
Okay. There's the building that we looked at a little bit ago, where they build them inside. Okay. There it is coming out the side of the building over there. All right. All that we were looking at. Okay, then that's the one part from the back that comes off. Now this is what's left here. Stage 2. Second part that keeps on going. The other part goes down into the water and they retrieve it. Okay, this is the back of the part that's separated from the first part. Go on,
good for you. You're going to see the technology.
Okay, now we're up at the fun part. We're all the way up here. And we get up here.
Look at the stage.
Now we're looking at the last part, and the small one up there, that's the one that lands in the water when they get back here.
Mine is the front section where that extracts. That just guides it up until they blow it away.
There we go.
Burns up in the atmosphere.
Okay, these are the Apollo spacesuits, which I'm sure by now they've done a lot of changes. That was quite a while ago. Last command module, service module, all the way back. Here's the doorway.
Back to the back. Again, the river can lay across the floor.
Yeah, but that's more. That other one was just forward landing on the moon part, so that wasn't too much. This was. Yeah. Well, that's also maybe that complicated. All to do is get down there.
Not very much space to be around in there, is there?
It was a moment shared by an entire world.
The flag flag too.
From the planet Earth, first step foot upon the earth. It came indeed for all mankind.
With these first steps, mankind stood on the highest ground, and we saw our planet as our home port in the endless ocean of space.
There was something which was surprising to me. It occurred as I was standing on the surface. Just after we had landed, I'd gone down, standing on the surface and looking at planet Earth for the first time. Seeing the beauty, seeing the finiteness of it, the limits of it, and realizing what a shame it was that people were confronting each other on that planet without realizing what it was doing to the planet. It was a very emotional moment for me. I actually shed a couple of tears. Something totally unexpected for an engineer, fighter pilot to be crying quietly up there on the moon.
Mankind had achieved a tenuous foothold.
We've got to understand that as a people, we need to stretch. We need to reach beyond our grasp. We need to strive to do things that seem impossible because in the accomplishment of them, we move society forward.
Boy, isn't the beauty of this place is just absolutely incredible.
One of the astronauts has said those hills that we climb give our children and grandchildren a different perspective, that they see the mountains that we couldn't see. And so what we consider impossible, they're dreaming about.
3, 2, 1.
I like exploring things, inventing. I would like to go up there, find out what's really up there.
I would like to be an astronaut. I'd like to be on a shuttle.
I want to build a shuttle.
Design rockets.
Payload specialist.
Actually, ground control. The thing that my mom can't understand is I'm terrified of heights, but I want to be an astronaut.
There's so many things I'd love to do. I would explore, I'd look for everything. I would try to start a farm. Find alternate energy sources. Maybe able to cure certain diseases. I want to go up on Mars and dance on it.
Play basketball, but you can still be short, because then you could like fly up in the air. Baseball would be awesome. Kick the ball, you get a home run every time.
There are a lot of things that could benefit mankind that we, because of science, we simply cannot do on Earth.
It's such a big universe, and it's kind of strange to think that just this one tiny planet was chosen to have life on it.
I hear they're finding new planets or moons, and we find out more about how stars are working, and it makes me feel like it's trying to tell me something.
What's it trying to tell you?
That you belong up there with them.
The
Apollo program ended in December of 1972, but our journey into space is just beginning.
Forgettable place. Yet I'm constantly amazed at all the mementos available to help you remember your visit here. Like Mesoman.
We've already, I think my wife's already bought half your shop.
You a good reader?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to learn about space?
Okay, we're inside of it. Down. A large payload bay. There's a gallery, the kitchen, and all their lockers for their storage of all their food and everything in there.
Sonic wind set on the orbit's no-flapping wings caused an overpressure resulting in twin-sonic boom, signifying landing is imminent.
Coming in about 205 knots. Touchdown, main gear. 3 tracks keep coming out, and the nose gear touching down.
This is the top of the shuttle bay.
Yeah, yeah. What is this?
What's that?
What is this thing now?
It just shows how they can move stuff in it. It looks like a, launch satellite is what it looks like, something like that.
Okay.
Or some kind of satellites they can release once they get up there.
You got to be careful when you go through the fence because it starts to adjust to the fence. Focus. Okay, so here's what the shuttle looks like at the bottom, and here's the wheel well. One of the things that they were questioning about in Columbia. Is to possibly where something went wrong. Okay, here's what we were just inside of. Okay. Okay, this is be an external tank. That's got fuel in it. If it was going out.
The white is
Lots and lots of fuel. Okay, here's the power. There's the power. Okay, should explore. Right.
they're really thin.
Those aren't real. So they could hit
Okay, here's the front wheels here.
the real ones.
Of 100 miles per hour and accelerating. The vehicle now performing a very graceful roll maneuver, pointing herself into the proper direction of flight. Now you see very clearly the thrust coming from the 3 main engines and also from the 2 solid rocket boosters. Coming up on a nice shot here from the press site, 3.5 miles away from the launch pad. The next shot is interesting. Watch the camera start to shake because the shockwave is just arriving here at this camera stand. Watch also over the crew compartment here, and you'll see a wisp of white smoke. That is a shockwave indicating that we're now passing through the sound barrier. Right there. The vehicle continues uphill. It's a very busy place on the flight deck. The commander of the left seat is monitoring the trajectory of the vehicle, both actual and projected. Our pilot in the right seat is monitoring the health of the 3 main engines, the fuel cells, and the auxiliary power units. And the flight engineer seated behind them will be calling out this series of checklists. A beautiful shot from our Playa Linda tracking camera here. Take a look at all the scorching we've already built up on the aft dome of the external fuel tank. That is normal. Now you're going to see another normal phenomenon in this shot. As we go higher and higher and higher into the thin air, we'll actually draw a vacuum in that area and pull some of that flame back there. You'll see that on the camera in just a second. But once again, this is a normal phenomenon that happens on each shuttle flight. Coming coming up right there. Now, once again, those solid rocket boosters will have used up all their fuel at 2 minutes and 4 seconds. They're dropped off, they parachute into the ocean, they're picked up, and they're used all over again. And in just a moment, we'll see the tail off from the SRBs, and we'll see the separation motors fire and push those boosters above, behind, and away from the stack. Here comes the SRB tail off. PC less than 50. Blow the bolts, fire the separation motors, and there they go. Pretty remarkable sight from 30 miles up. That happens 30 miles above the Earth. An even more remarkable sight right alongside the solid rocket boosters, as you can well imagine. But we're going to show you what that looks like. We mounted cameras on the solid rocket boosters of STS. 26 seconds, the boosters will be jettisoned from the stack. There they go. There's the other booster there. 30 miles high. They rotate, they fall end over end, just like synchronized swimmers. You'll see some of the flame blowback occurring at the same time on both boosters. We debated whether or not we want to show this film because with the Earth's horizon turning over and over again, we didn't want anyone getting seasick. But as I say, they tumble in unison. You'll see this occur again, taken from the other solid rocket booster. And watch very closely. You'll see the separation motors on that other booster continue to fire as they pull away from the external fuel tank. A real pretty picture coming up here. Right there. Once again, the boosters tumbling end over end. Their parachutes open up and they will splash down in the ocean where they'll be recovered and reused. Now watch very closely on the next shot. We'll show you a picture taken from the booster when it's under the drogue parachute. And if you look closely, you'll see the comm trail from where we just left the Earth. Right there.
Oh.
At 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight, we'll shut down the 3 main engines. 15 seconds later, we'll jettison that big orange external fuel tank.
This is the memorial here for all of them. Wow, look at the size of that one, huh? That is, it says United States, okay. Then out here we got the garden of all the different rockets and stuff, and we're going to go see them all.
Oh, wait a minute.
Want to get a picture of me way up here?
Yep.
All right. This is pretty brave of me. You'll notice I'm not looking down at the ground because I'm done for if I do that. As long as it's...
Oh, quiet. Go for it.
Hi, here we are.
Again.
Again, yeah, in case I didn't do this the first time, right. Yeah.
We're up at the top of the Ponce
Deleon,
Lighthouse.
right, lighthouse, at
Here in
175
Orange,
feet
Florida.
in Florida.
Yes, and we climbed
In
all the way to
Daytona.
the top.
That's the bridge that came over, so it's going to be up further in Daytona.
Right.
And here's downtown Daytona.
Gotta point out Wilbur by the Sea.
Wilbur by the Sea is this little
This is-
project right down here.
This is Port Orange.
And Port Orange.
Daytona's the next
Daytona, yeah,
city
Daytona's
up.
way out there.
Up.
Where all those buildings are, way out there.
No, let's see.
We gotta go back in.
To get up to the light.
Where all the high rises are at.
They don't let you.
Now you can drive on the beach here. We'll swing around a little bit. We are driving on the beach.
So these big patio enclosures, big mosquito.
And this is the pedestal that the light would sit on.
We're going to start down.
When it circles, it didn't just say she's starting down. But they're doing reconstruction, and we'll get a shot of the light itself downstairs in another building where they're setting it at.
Cape Hatteras.
And here we are at the base, and we are going to show you. I'm going to swing around and show you everything is down there. And this is where they lived and worked, down here at the bottom, cooking dinners, taking care of what they had to take care of. These have all been reconstructed. I mean, they're original, I'm sorry. This is where the families lived. I believe there's 4 families that maintained this. And they all changed on and off doing the chores that they had to do to maintain the lighthouse. And we're back to the beginning. And this is the light that was in the lighthouse, which has now been restored and is in a separate room. And this is the reflection of the light. From
Okay, here we are, driving down the beach, Daytona. Atlantic Ocean here. All right. No races are going on today. They moved the racetrack. Okay, let's get a shot out the front window. All right. Good. Down the beach. We just left the lighthouse, and in one section we were watching a tape. The tape was one of the last races that were.
Lighthouse again.
There's a light.
When we get on the way back, you'll be on your side.
Okay.
So it might be
right through the window. Okay, and there's the lighthouse that we were just at. Ponce. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
We're going to walk down there. We're going to come out right here.
Yeah, so
oh yeah.
It wasn't worth the walk. It was just because there was so much brush.
Yeah, the jungle. See, I can look at myself in the mirror. Oh, I see me. Okay. Now this should be the tide coming in now at this time of the day, I would think, wouldn't you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Happy hour.
The happy hour. Hey, there we go. Now look at the difference because they're black. What in the
So these
world?
must be the ones that are kind of liberal.
Oh.
Look at that funny looking beach out. Orange and black.
I know.
This one's ugly as seagulls.
They're from Puerto Rico, huh? There's where we were. Here's the crew that helped us. Yay! Stuck on the beach. Where you guys from?
Orlando.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. Daryl's cleaning out the sand, out of the shoes, etc. Under the fingernails. We had to dig it out. Jellyfish washing up, the water's coming in, the tide's coming in. Interesting little critter, huh? Don't even want to get anywhere near them. Daryl just described it as a burnt coffee filter. I guess they're waiting for dinner. Okay, not quite sure what kind of birds these are, but they are different. See the red on them? Yeah. Ah, look at here. We got the sun setting in the west here. Oh yeah, pelicans. Yeah.
Pelicans have more of a bigger jaw.
Well, when they're flying, it don't look as, yeah. Look at here. Oh, it's pretty. In fact, we just saw some pictures on postcards like this. The sunset. Now, after our little episode of us getting stuck and getting out, there was a pickup truck just down a few feet, and they were stuck about halfway up on the wheels. And they're locals. They live here in DeLand, a few minutes away. So we dug out the boards and dug out the shovel and dug them out, and they're on their way. Yeah. Okay, today is March 5th. We're down here at Ecofiniki whatever River Resort. We pulled in here Monday. And we're leaving because these little critters down here are going to eat us up alive. There's been a lot of rain and there's 100% humidity. You know, we found a few places in our travels that we thought we might want to live. We found a lot of places this winter that we don't want to live, and this is top of the list. It's 6 miles off the main road, and the main road, the nearest town, is probably 50 miles away, which is Tallahassee. We were only a mile and a half from the Gulf on the Ecofinini River, and the river runs into the ocean. And there's springs and stuff here, which it's just water and swamp and bugs. Anyway, this is not where we want to live, so we're off to Panama City today. Along the edge of the road and the trees. The campground wasn't that bad because we had a nice dry spot. And we've got a problem with the jack, so we're going to head to a repair place and get it fixed somewhere down the road with a little bit more civilization. Okay, we're still cruising down 98, Route 98 in Florida, headed to Panama City, and this is Mexico Beach in Florida, and that is the Gulf. We found sunshine, stopped and had lunch, so looking good, pretty.
All white beach.
Okay, here we go over a bridge. This is a Pensacola, Gulf of Mexico. Pelicans sitting out there on the rocks waiting for lunch, digesting breakfast, whatever. At least it's not quite as foggy. Last night when we came in, it was so foggy, we could hardly see the edge of the road over there. And we spent the night at Walmart in Pensacola. Went down to the Pensacola Navy base. See if we get an RV spot. And they didn't have any, so we're going backwards a little bit over to the Van Camp Mobile. Over the bridge. Lots of bridges, lots of water. Okay, here we are at Old Pearl Burt Air Force Base. And this is a C-130, painted all black. You can go fly in places not to be seen. And Mr. Happ says the front end, the nose there is all the radar. Yep. Yep. All those kids. How do you tell if it's two engine? Oh, can't see them no more. Okay. Well, we got 8 minutes left, 7.5 minutes left on this tape. And we have another full tape of travels. And look at today, we got sunshine. And this morning we had big rains. And this is the day that Mr. Happ went and got his new ID badge before he turned 65 in April for his medical insurance. So he got a new picture ID done. Okay, here's the bay over here. This is where we were at the other day. It's right behind a campground because we're right across the street here by the water. Beautiful day.
It's a Bay of Mexico.
Bay of Mexico. Okay, this is what we're... RV camp is right here on the water. This inlet, this bay. And of course on the other side of that is the Gulf of Mexico. Pretty, huh? And about 6 o'clock at night. Had a beautiful sunny day. Woke up this morning about 4 o'clock and it was raining hard. Turned out beautiful. Pretty. And the pine trees. Sand is all white. Pretty.
Right through there's a little path. Goes right back to where the RVs are at. Maybe a